Hello and welcome everybody to another wonderful day at the agency. I'm your magnanimous host, Agent Q, and today we'll be going over all of the spring anime for the year 2024. Now, for doing this, we're going to have two special co-hosts, Belfie.
Hi.
And Yuki, our normal co-host.
Hi. I take exception to being called normal.
It's a relative around here. Okay, so today, to get an introduction to everybody, well, I'm your normal person here, as well as Sarah introduction you might have heard. We're going to be going over our top genres, least genres, and then getting into the trailers and shows. And as for me, if you're watching in a regular on the show, you will know I hate slice of life in a modern day setting.
My God.
Yes.
I know, right?
It's like my bread and butter.
My two favorites happen to be mecha and shonen.
As for me, my favorite genres are probably fantasy and any kind of like, I suppose, really kind of the harem genre. Embarrassingly, but
that explains a little bit.
I definitely shy away from the sports category for sure, and to a lesser extent, probably like the boys love be shonen category.
Weirdly enough,
I have a particular hate of it, but just usually fails to appeal to me.
So for me, I watch almost exclusively slice of life and romance. Those are my two big ones. As far as like least favorites, I watch just about everything, but I'm not a big fan of. Honestly, a lot of isekais are like super dull to me anymore. I just can't get behind them
anymore.
Well, I mean, like if it's isekai restaurant to another world, sure, that's great. That's like super cozy.
Oh yeah, that one was awesome.
Is it like Reincarnated as a Slime season 3? I'm sorry. Or With My Cell Phone, Reincarnated in Another World.
Okay, nobody's going to defend that one.
Exceptionally.
Yeah, it's like I'm an isekai trash goblin. I won't defend that one. Even I'm like, yeah.
That one's just that I wasted so much time on that one.
You watched? Yeah, I watched most of it too. No, I watched all of it.
I'll never get back.
We gave it the honest shot.
Okay, but today we're going because there's been an exceptionally fucking final total was like 41 shows for fuck's sake. And once again, we do not do sequels, we do not do prequels. We have added a reboot this season, as rare as those can be, so that is in the lineup here, which we will eventually get to. But these are going to mostly be brand spanking new shows. Mostly. Somehow a couple movies slipped into this fucking list without me realizing it.
Really? I went through pretty carefully, I thought, and I didn't catch any of them being movies. But I guess I audited from the reverse standpoint, so I guess that's possible.
If I didn't see what it was, like I looked into it, was like when we get to it, we will get to that. But because this stream is going to run long, I hope everybody brought caffeine. It's gonna be my first time in almost 2 months drinking it. I have a 2-liter next to me, plus my water bottles.
Oh my gosh.
We will probably be taking a break in the middle of this too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But okay, so once again, for all of this, we have had brought Belfie into lighten the load because I was looking for my polar opposite, and Belfie's taste seemed to have been that. So.
And now I'm just flashing back to Samwise saying, "Share the load."
Oh my God.
Yep. Okay, but I believe first up we're going to have Yuki playing us a trailer. Now, Belfie, because of inevitable fucking copyrights,
Mm-hmm.
Which once again, how did Snack Basua hit us that hardest last season? For fuck's sake!
Wait, what?
Yeah, Snack Basui, like, it's just super content ID claimed us, like, every time.
Oh my god.
Like on every like I still okay. New pastures. Yuki, what's the? Oop, no, that was you. What is the first trailer we're up against here?
They're basically in the same order as the list, which is vaguely mostly alphabetical. So we're starting off with a condition called love.
Okay. When I uploaded the pictures, they randomized. So yay.
Awesome. What
Have
could go
the
wrong?
fun.
All right. If everybody's ready, here we go. Instantly, we usually try not to talk much during the trailers because of the fact that we have a high tendency to lose whatever audio that we created during that segment from copyright claims later.
So watch it live or don't get it
なんで
all.
みんな恋なんてするんだろう。一体どんな気持ちなのかな。
Ooh, can you turn this down a little bit?
好きです。付き合ってください。
告白は昨日丁重にお断りしたはずじゃ。
まずは僕のこと知ってもらえるように頑張ろうかなって。
もっと一緒にいたらわかるようになるのかな。
少しはホタルちゃん好みになったかな。ごめんね。驚かそうと思ったんだけど。
こんなの続けてたら花野井くん死んじゃうよ。
君が笑ってくれるなら死んだっていい。
片っぽしか幸せになれないなら恋なんてこれからも絶対にしない。二人とも楽しいのが付き合うってことなんじゃないのかな。
したいことノート？ホタルちゃんは僕とイチャイチャしたいの？
花野井くんの喜ぶ顔が見たいよ。恋がそういうものならとっても素敵だな。
ホタルちゃんにもいつか絶対特別な誰かを好きだと思う日が来るよ。
いつか恋をするなら花野井くんがいいな。
Okay
I
then.
see something that said "sexy zone" on the credits.
Not important. Don't worry about it. Just moving on.
Okay, it's already going to start off weird, but okay, I managed to catch the first episode of this myself, and then instantly called Belfie afterwards.
世の中の
All right.
Sorry about that. It auto played into the next video.
Yep, I'll bring up the tier list now. So one thing I do want to note is the main character from this show, at the start of it, the female lead at least, comes off as almost aromantic.
Yes, very Ace Arrow feels to them, at least in the first episode that I watched.
No, that carries on really, at least for the first like 2, and then as she starts to kind of understand a little bit what feelings are. It sounds horrible.
No, it's like I'm aromantic myself. It's like the minute this like normally, like I said, I bounce off these shows, but it's like, oh yeah, no, I feel her so much. Like that's exactly what I'm like.
Yeah.
She's
Go ahead.
I was like, she's just wanting to understand kind of what it is, and it. Am I allowed to like make references to other shows to like for comparisons?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Like I try to
Only
avoid
use
it.
the material given. So kind of how science fell in love and tried to prove it was like just as boneheaded as you can be trying to fall in love. This is very much a non-nerdy version of that.
Okay, I don't know that show at all.
It's fantastic.
It's a romance. You know, I'm not gonna like
It
that.
is. There's 2 seasons.
It's just as described. It's 2 scientists trying to understand the concept of love and using each other as dating partners to try to prove theories about it. So it might actually have a little bit of appeal for you there. But the thing that I was kind of concerned about, like, I love the Ace Arrow representation here. Even though they didn't explicitly call that out, which is kind of the better way to do that, really. But at the same time, I have this kind of fear that over time it might sort of undermine that and like kind of go with like the moral of the story is that Ace Arrow is just like a phase that people go through. So I think there's a risk there in terms of like how the portrayal will pan out. But I really love that they're at least trying to do something with that.
Well, that's the
Because
old.
it's not something that you see often
That's the
in
only.
anime.
If you put an ace or a romantic person in a romance show, that's going to be the final moral. It's like, I don't see a good way that either the show's ending is going to suck or they're going to subvert that. I don't see them getting around to that fact. That's
I'm
kind of
glad
where
she
I
ends
bounced
up
off that.
alive.
Oh, you think it's gonna be that bad of an ending, huh?
The male lead gives off so much like super hyper possessive your mind vibes. I'm like, you're gonna
Oh,
lock her in a room. It's
You think he's gonna go full yandere on her?
nice
there's
boat.
straight up a scene saying you're mine and my alone.
Oh,
That's why I'm like, every moment something bad is gonna happen and it hasn't yet. And I'm just
yeah,
scared for when it does.
that was the other thing. It's like that guy is like, oh, he cares too much.
He's scary.
Yeah.
Well, I get the sense that he's maybe a little bit autistic or something, and that's kind of why they're like clicking together as partners. In terms of the "you're mine and mine alone," I feel like that's kind of a generic romance trope, so I wouldn't necessarily read too much into that, but it kind of depends on how it was delivered, I guess.
Creepily.
Creepily.
Creepily. It is delivered in the as the omniscient narrator, I don't trust this guy.
Yep. Okay, I can understand that. But as far as animation quality and visuals go, anything you want to say about that?
So there are a couple moments like when it pans to bigger I guess transition scenes would be the best. Like it's say you're going from a classroom to the front of the school and like people are walking by. Those moments look horrible.
Yeah.
But aside from that, I'm actually pretty happy with it. It's just those
Yeah,
few moments here and there.
I would say it's mostly pretty middle of the road, but the backgrounds are probably a little bit above par.
Yeah,
Yep.
I can definitely agree with that.
Okay.
It's had some very pretty visual moments, especially episode 3. Actually, yeah.
Okay, so going over our list, I think I forgot to do that. Like we were saying in pre-setup, this is not a standard tier list. We are not ranking these on quality mostly, but
Oh, that brings me.
we generally have a must-watch for the what we perceive as going to be the S rank. People talk about this is going to be on the tip of the tongue for a while now. And then first episode, second episode, third episode. These not being a ranking of quality, but being a watch it. The first episode is far enough into it to tell you if you want to see it. 2 is enough to where it is, or the standard 3 episodes, because we understand time is a sparse commodity nowadays, and sometimes you don't have the ability to go full 3 episodes before you want to watch something.
Mhm.
Now, normally I think I keep a minor skip and a gag category down for the bottom, depending on the season we're at. Well, I couldn't think of any good raw gags that fit into this season. There is some shit. This is there's a show in here that has made me literally sick to my stomach to watch it.
Oh,
Interesting.
I can't wait till we get there.
It's not going to be as much to say as you think we would, but yeah. Okay, so
Oh, I think I know the one you're talking about. Actually, not sick in the way that we're predicting. We'll get there.
Okay.
Okay, so is it this one? Help me find this in the tier list. Like the anime we just talked about here.
Condition called love.
The
Let's see.
is it the top right?
Yeah, I think it's the top right.
Yeah, I think it might
Yeah,
be the
it's that
top
one.
right.
Yep. All right, Belfie, because I don't have a good representation on this one, and you watch the most of it. Where do you think this is going to set?
You will know if it's for you or not by episode 2.
Episode 2? All right.
Episode 2.
Episode 2 straight away. All right then. So we have our first episode 2, our second episode show.
Yeah, it is a very early. Either you're gonna watch this or you're not.
Well, remember, like I said, sometimes episode 1's enough to tell. So this is let it burn for a little bit.
Yeah, you need to sit with this one a little bit.
All right, next up.
All right.
There we go.
Next up, we have. Let me make sure I've. No. What's going on? Oh, right. I've got to turn that off. Okay. Next up, we have
うんここが異世
a
界か
solid
よ
bowl of insect.
All right.
ちゅうかそなたは不倫調査以外の仕事はやらんのか
え
コナン君のように殺人事件をバシッと解決したりとか
ねえよ
なんならやらわが手伝ってやってもよいぞ
Crunchyroll already.
通りすがりの名探偵じゃや
何やってんだろうな俺は
それがしはホームレスをしております。
今日もご指名ありがとうございますこの日が来るのをずっと待っていました子供が弁護士になることも理論的には可能よ私いじめられてなんかいないから自分から奥さんに別れを切り出すまで持っていきますけど
これまた可愛い子が入ったもんだね。
手っ取り早く稼げる仕事があるんだけど鈴木だ
テレテテテテテ宗介くんのお人よしには困ったものね正気ですかもう一発ドーンまあ死ぬはせんじゃん
And you found the long one this time, didn't you?
本当に何事もなかった
当然じゃ
I am
Technically,
so
too. Aw.
confused and concerned.
As
Yeah.
well, you should be.
Yeah, that's about what this anime feels like.
Okay.
So this is a reverse isekai, where characters, very minor spoilers here, show up from an alternate history Japan where magic is real and Nobunaga was the demon lord.
Wait, I wanted to bring this up because I spotted it there. Did that trailer show a manga of Detective Conan?
Yes.
Absolutely did, yes. The main character girl is obsessed with Detective Conan, and that is a major reason why she joins up with this detective, and becomes his assistant.
Oh my!
So this is really more of like a gag humor series, even though it's reverse isekai. And for me at least, although it was very WTF, a lot of it kind of landed pretty well. The like is now homeless bit for sure definitely got me.
Okay, I thought they said homeless in there.
Yeah.
So what was it like? The royal knight, like the princess's guardian knight, is now like
The lady knight has job changed to homeless.
Oh my god. New class acquired.
Yep.
hey, like a dragon.
Anyway, so this has probably slightly above par visual element to it.
They do a lot of interesting things. I'll give them that much.
Yeah. And although there is like an occasional RPG overlay thing, it's purely in the service of humor. In like a fourth wall break for the audience that the characters in universe are not aware of. So it doesn't do the like I'm going to talk about my stats thing. But yeah, if shows like why am I drawing a blank on the name of the show? The one where the Demon King comes to this world and ends up working at McDonald's.
Devil's a part-timer.
Yeah.
Devil is a part-timer. If that kind of genre of show has appeal for you, this is very much kind of in that vein. And
Not
would
quite
probably
as
be a
good
fit for
though.
you.
This is, well, I I won't say this is a bad show. It's also a very. I found it.
Definitely not as good as Devil is a Part-Timer Season 1, but I will say it's better than the subsequent seasons.
No, I didn't even bother to watch those. It was just like, eh. But yeah, that's about where I wanted to say on that. It's just I had high hopes for this one, and it just ended up letting me down. Honestly, is the problem I had with it. Because I love Reverse Isekai. That is some of my favorite shows.
I usually prefer Isekai over Reverse Isekai, because really it's the fantasy element that grabs me usually. But if you look at it as a humor anime and not a Isekai genre anime, then it's decent.
It's not.
It's watchable.
It's not bad.
I think this is probably a first episode. Once you know what you're getting into pretty quickly.
Yeah, I
if
would
you're
say
really on the fence, you could go to episode 2.
the female knight bit kind of introduces a new aspect of it because you do get other side characters kind of falling into the world who aren't just landing on their feet. So I want to say second. You want to agree with that one?
Sure. Yeah. That's cool. I can agree with second episode.
But if you're a fan of Reverse Isekai or like seeing troublesome teenagers with nigh infinite magical powers suddenly unleashed in the real world, it's a show for you.
Also, mild fan service warning for this show, or advertisement, depending on your tastes.
It all above 18 for goddamn once.
I'm not actually sure of the Lady Knight's age. She could possibly be a teenager.
Could we just say she's above 18 for once?
Sigh.
Listen, I don't determine the ages of the characters, okay?
Okay, but a nice little quick. I would say, I don't have much more to say. Yuki, anything?
No, that's pretty much it for this one.
Belfie, any kind of impressions there?
I will give it the first episode and see what happens.
All right.
I am so concerned with this one.
Oh. It's gonna be fun messing with you for later on.
Oh no.
All right.
No.
Look out. Agent has sensed purity.
Oh,
were we all ready to move on?
yep, I had you already set up and good.
Okay. So next up is an Archdemon's Dilemma, How to Love Your Elf Bride.
どのような殺され方をするのでしょうか。
ちょっと待て、なぜ殺すことになっている？
深い深い森の中、荒れ果てた城に男が一人きりで住み着いていた。人々から恐れられ、忌み嫌われる魔術師。名はザガン。
なぜ私を買われたのですか？
お前が知る必要はない。何を言ってるんだ俺は。だが闇オークションで一目惚れして有り金はたいて買い取ったなど、誰がどう聞いても変態だ。好きな女の子と会話するのってどうすればいいんだ。座ったらどうだ。
その椅子の用意もご主人様の分しか。
ではここに座るがいい。
ご主人様の仰せのままに。
本当に座っちゃったよ。
ご主人様恥ずかしいです。
見ればわかる。
All right, because I'm pretty sure this is another one Belfie hasn't watched yet.
I have not, but this looks super cute.
It is.
Yep, and it's part of the reason I didn't add romance to the dislikes for me, because I've come to realize I actually enjoy romances. They just can't be set in a modern fucking era for some reason for me.
I mean, that's fair. Like, there's definitely a lot of shows that don't grab me at all when they're set in modern era. for me, it's usually more the military kind of stuff. But
Mhm.
Oh, that bring like modern, like average. You put military stuff in it, I'm back in again. Stuff go boom.
but yeah, this was definitely a very cute show. A really kind of adorable romance comedy. Definitely has its share of fan service as well. So again, fan service warning.
I liked
Um,
the bird lady.
Yeah, the bird lady's pretty awesome. She has some interesting taste.
Let me go ahead and add this to my watch list real quick. And
Yeah, no, it's like after I got to watch it, it was like because there were a couple on here. I was like, yeah, okay, I'll throw it Belvy's way.
and that's added now.
But
Yeah, definitely advisable.
I will say for those interested in like the dark fantasy aspect of it, that is there, but that does play a backseat to the not comical, but
The cutesy, romancy comedy aspect. But although I will say it does start to ramp up in like episode 3 or 4.
yeah, a bit. I'm only on episode 3 so far. I wanted to watch episode 4, but I was powering through so much else that I didn't want to watch to get to episode 3. Then we found out, so yeah, okay, we'll get to that stuff later. But yes.
I know, there's just so many shows in so little time.
Mhm.
I can watch this stuff at work most of the day, and I still can't keep up.
Yeah, so in terms of visual quality, I would say this is kind of average, maybe slightly above average. Don't expect a lot of like impressive sakuga out of this, but the characters do look nice, especially in the scenes where it counts.
I wouldn't say it's a good animation. I would say that the animators know how to work in their minimal because there's a lot of tricks in this show that work around limited animation budget, but they do it. If I didn't know what they were, I wouldn't spot them.
Yeah, it's a competent execution, and utilizes their resources very effectively.
Yes, it does.
You probably know if you're gonna like this or not in episode 1, to be honest, but
I'll definitely give that.
well,
Episode 1 gives you a
maybe episode 2, just because you don't get a whole lot of the elf in episode 1.
yeah. You are right on that. I was gonna say it's episode 1 feels like very much what you get, but you don't get to understand the elf and the main character's relationship because this technically does start off as slavery, which I should pull up the tier list again. But it definitely does start off as a slavery contract kind of thing, but quickly works its way out of that and into an actual relationship kind of deal.
Yeah, I would say it's fair to say that the slavery element of it was something that the purchaser never intended to continue. It's just there was a magic item involved and plot.
And here we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's
All I can think of is, so it's like the anime mail order bride?
A little bit.
Yeah, you're not far off. But it very much does work itself out of that into a very good position by episode 2. That's kind of why we're having, or was that might have been episode 3 actually.
Well, I think there's enough hints of it, even just in episode 2. Like, it's clearly working towards that goal, even before it gets there in episode 3.
Yep. But yeah, if you want a good fantasy, cutesy romance, dark fantasy,
Oh, and incidentally, this one is straight up fantasy. It is not an isekai.
oh yeah, there's not even like a
Alright.
love link system in that one too. It's yeah, because that actually plays a part in the story too. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, this is it's you don't think about that too often, but it's like, oh yeah, this is a standard fantasy with no RPG elements. Neat.
Despite the whole demon lord thing.
Ironically. Okay, show 4.
Next up, we have As a reincarnated aristocrat, I'll use my appraisal skill to rise in the world.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Was this
so
one light novel? I don't know.
so one thing I will say that I think I mentioned it to you in text earlier. I think there's like 7 shows, or like there's an unusually large number of shows where I've read the manga beforehand.
Mhm.
This is one of them.
Gotcha. Yeah, so, I'll go ahead and let it play.
僕の家臣になってくれませんか？
え
Oh, look, it's telling us how many copies of this.
That's yeah.
僕には他の人にはない能力があるようなのだ。その名も鑑定。鑑定で優秀
I
な
can
人
tell
材
a
を集め
person's
て
worth just by looking at them.
領地の力を強くするんだ。
大丈夫私がついてます
Actually, please do judge a book by its cover.
ほら、私顔がいいから。どんなもんだ。僕が家臣。本を読んでる時は嫌なことを全部忘れられるんだ。ここから僕の最強領地作りが始まった。天聖貴族鑑定スキルで成り上がる。2024年テレビアニメ化決定。
So, to be fair, they do at least use it in service of, kind of like undermining the other characters in the world's, prejudices against the characters. So, like, the first person he recruits is a victim of extreme racism, and the second recruit is both an orphan, and then later, if you watch the post-credits scene, also a victim of sexism.
Yeah. The one thing I don't like, as what I was saying before, is okay, his power is to be able to judge a person's worth or their skills. It's like, it's kind of a. I feel like it detracts from the point it wants to make.
Yeah. I would say that this is really kind of like in the isekai trash bucket. It's
Oh
still an enjoyable
yeah.
watch. Like I'm having fun with it. But don't expect it to be serious or good.
On that note, it's also in the category of not power fantasy, but village builder. I want to say it's
Something like that. Yeah.
yeah,
like,
it's
like fantasy kingdom builder, which definitely has a particular appeal to me if you've ever watched my channel and the kind of games I play.
yeah, it's like that's a genre I've been going up there. Oh, I think we got Belfie. What was your opinion on this?
It's from just only seeing the trailer. I'd personally just like watch the first 2 episodes just to see what it's about. But at least from first glance, my immediate appraisal of it, I wouldn't probably watch it.
Yeah. One thing I did want to note in this one, so there are a variety of isekai types and methods this season. I think this is the first time I've ever seen somebody come down with a case of the "Oops, I'm dead." No, it's like it does. Like I distinctly was like I was trying to write notes on a couple of these. I was like, wait, how did he die in this one? Go back and watch it. It shows him coming home from work, playing some video games, going to sleep, waking back up, going out for work again, and falls over dead.
Are they just like goes to bed, wakes up? How did I die?
Yeah, that would be more of the usual trope, but no, that all happened.
Falls dead.
Literally just falls like nothing. Like it doesn't show like the job looks fine. The guy like, oh yeah, he's just playing some Oh, like I was that what they were going for? It's like, oh yeah, no, he works in an office job and comes home to play video games. His life, he should just die. What?
Yeah, in general, I can't say I would recommend this one for anyone who doesn't enjoy the like isekai trash goblin genre. If that's not your thing, then this one's probably not going to really resonate and connect with you, and it doesn't have much to redeem it beyond that.
Yep, not gonna argue that point. Where the heck is... There
And
it
don't
is.
expect any Sakuga for this one, or any fan service even for that matter.
Nah, trust me, when the mage shows up, you get a bit of that. Like I said, I've read the manga on this one because Isekai Trash Goblin, yay. The mage gets fan servicey.
Interesting, because I did see the mage get introduced, and there wasn't any fan service as of yet.
There's a time skip shortly after where you're at.
Got it. Okay. So
Yeah, then she goes from like...
just hasn't caught up to that aspect yet.
Yeah, she goes from like skinny 14-year-old to plus 18 busty sorceress.
Yeah, we do see some glimpses of her as an adult here and there, but she hasn't really like reached that timeline yet.
Yep. Okay. Yep. In our first Isekai Trash, first episode. If you watch, honestly, you watch the fucking opening in this one, you get a pretty good idea what the hell's up with it.
Legit.
Okay.
All right. Oops.
And
Next up. Were you ready to continue, or did you have something else?
we are good. I just want to say, Belfi, feel free to cut in any point with any kind of opinions on stuff we're saying too.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, this one was like, I just know nothing about this to chime in.
That's totally fair. Some of the shows we just are not going to have watched and won't have a lot to contribute. It's the way of things.
yep.
Alright, next
Oh,
up is Extra Note.
oh dear. Yeah.
のアパートアストロ層で俺が出会ったのは可愛すぎる大家さん。
ごちそうさまでした。
願いが叶うなら俺はあの米粒になりたい。癖強な住人たちに囲まれた俺の恋の運命は。
おいしい。私、宮坂さんの作る朝ごはん、宇宙で一番好きです。
よし新感覚 SF アパートラブコメディ開幕。皆さんアストロノート。
What?
Okay, Belfi. I want to hear Belfi on this one to start with.
I was going to say the same thing. I'm assuming Belfi hasn't seen this one yet, so go ahead and let us know what you are thinking so far.
I am morbidly curious right now. This one looks so out there. I'm like, you know what? I'll bite. This could be a random sleeper, or it'll be the worst thing I've ever watched.
I still don't know.
Yeah, having watched episode 1, I'm still completely up in the air on that.
I've gone up to episode 3 on this one. Okay, for anyone who's familiar with older anime, this feels like a classic. A bunch of people live in a... What kind of...
Shared dorm? They call it a share house or something to that effect, usually.
I've seen these things in Japan or in Europe in some place. It's
Like hostels?
It's more like, well, kind of like a hostel if you lived in it permanently.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Like if you've ever been in an apartment where you all have separate bedrooms and there's a couple different bathrooms for different sections, but you share a living room and a kitchen.
Ah, classic college dorm.
Yeah, it's a layout that's much more common in Sweden and places like that, where frequently you'll even have the people staying there have a rotation where people take turns cooking and things like that. In Japan, it's usually more the landlord's duty to do that kind of stuff, which is part of the plot premise of this one.
Yeah, so
the art style, this is just reminding me of
there's classic anime that have this style.
Yes, it's very familiar.
Yeah, and it's doing that very intentionally. It's set to evoke a certain 80s and 90s anime nostalgia. And it's kind of like a show of that era that never was.
But is now, which they've been very weird on that lately with different types of animes, and it's been not bad because it's interesting to see older genres come back with that old feel, but some modern updates to them in writing.
Yeah, I suppose we're at just the right point for that kind of like 30-year mark for the like nostalgia references to show up.
Yeah, we're also seeing it from the early 2000s. Weirdly, like the 90s anime is weirdly coming back.
Yeah, it sure is. At least here and there for like very specific references and shows that are evoking that sense.
Yeah, but also for anyone who wasn't know that, yes, this is a weird romance where they hire a cook into this place who also lives there, and the landlord might be an alien princess.
So is it more of that like slapstick comedy, like Osamatsu-san?
Yes.
Okay. I can probably get behind this one.
It's not like very physical for the most part, except where the dog's involved.
Mhm.
Yeah, the dog gets a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but it is like a lot of that like characters just kind of like showing up way too close to the other character and violating their personal space or something like that.
So far, the dad who's an eccentric, unemployed person is my favorite.
I mean, that describes most of the people living in this place, it seems like.
Eccentric, unemployed.
Like, that's how he introduces himself. I am professionally unemployed.
Yep, pretty much.
I'm gonna need to remember that later.
Well, it's like, what was it? The old guy's a author. The non-lady woman is a idol.
Yeah, I think it's actually minor spoilers for us to tell what these characters' professions are, though.
They're all introduced to episode 2. Like, I won't consider episode 3. I might get into spoilers, but first 2, I won't. Don't care too much personally. Just because we need to talk a little. But as for this one, I think this is a easily. I can find it on the stupid list here. Oh, I'm going to make this work better at some other point.
I feel also in the visual department, like it's definitely done a very successful job of evoking the visual style that it's trying to. And there's a lot of times where I just couldn't decide
There it is.
if they were doing something intentionally in service of that or if it was because they just were lacking in budget.
Yeah. What were they? Because this show looks cheap, but is highly animated, so I guess that's a toss-up.
It's so hard to tell sometimes with this one. Maybe it's a mix of both, and that's why it's so difficult. I'm not sure.
But very good. Episode 1 can easily tell you what you're in for, and if you will or will not like this show, though.
Although you may come out of it feeling like it didn't, and feeling like you're going to be left guessing, and if that's the case, I have a sense that that's probably how you will continue to feel.
The mystery thickens, I'll give it that much, like, per episode. But it probably won't have actual answers till episode end of the back half of this, if nothing else.
All right. Next up, we have bartender, glass of God.
Ooh.
世の中には絶対にお客様を裏切ってはいけない仕事が2つあります。一つは医師、薬剤師。もう一つは
銀座イーデンホール？
バーテンダーという言葉の意味をご存知ですか？バーは泊まりに、テンダーは優しい、優しい泊まりにという意味です。
笹倉龍、神のグラスか。
人の闇に耐えて金を稼ぐクソったれな商売か。今日で仕事を辞める決心がつきました。
君のカクテルは完璧からは程遠い。
あなたは私のための一杯を作ってくれた。
カウンターの前のお客様にとってぴったりの一杯を飲んでもらいたい。いらっしゃいませ。
Okay, is anyone here not watching this?
I have not watched it yet.
So good.
Okay, so Yuki, you get to be our first impression on this one.
All right. Well, yeah. So probably part of the reason why this didn't percolate up to the top of my list is alcohol is a thing that doesn't really jive for me. I don't drink, so this wasn't like from the theme perspective a show that really hits home from me. In terms of its specific flavor. But I am a fan of healing anime, so I do intend to check this one out eventually.
I wouldn't actually call this a healing anime. This is I was gonna say technically. This is a technical anime.
Huh. Well, it does call itself a healing anime.
Okay.
In any
Tag.
case, I do have an appreciation for anime that I'm assuming what you mean by technical anime is the sort of thing where they like really show the process and like introduce people to the fundamentals and everything of a topic and kind of walk them through it. Whether it's like cooking or like Initial D with car racing, those kinds of things do appeal to me. So even though it's learning about something that I don't have a particular interest in, it might still be engaging to be walked through the learning process of that. Animation looks okay. Certainly looks like they did it in service of kind of the like food porn element with the alcohol. But besides that, I don't feel like the preview gave me a whole lot to go off of, so I'll probably have to pass it over there.
So this anime is my personal like favorite this season.
Praise.
It is very much a chicken noodle soup for the soul style. Because it does hit the technical aspects of like introducing you to bartending, kind of the history behind certain drinks here and there. And it's really good, informative that way, but it just somehow warms you. Like
Yeah, I will argue that. As we stated at the beginning, I dislike modern day slice of life. I'm in love with this goddamn show. I love so much about this. Like, you might like it for the healing aspect. I love it for the technical bits, the learning bits. I'm also in Yuki's boat. I don't drink alcohol pretty much at all. I've enjoyed like going out to a bar with my buddies and maybe getting one really good drink, and that's all I'll get just to sip on while we sit there and talk for a bit.
Mm.
And it's been one of those. I've always loved that. I love how you can actually. It's not like, oh, this is booze. No, this is a drink. This is how this is made. This is something.
This is the craft.
Yeah, and seeing it on this scale, like going this in depth, this.
That is something I always have a strong appreciation for. Is kind of the lost art of craftsmanship and artisanship. That we just don't see as much anymore in our current lives, with everything having been kind of, replaced with like mass production. So I do really have a soft spot for the feeling that evokes of like the pride and soul of a master craftsperson.
Oh, this is
the show for you.
yeah. This is very much in that. One thing I do have to know, I had to find out a little bit earlier. This is technically a sequel.
Oh,
yeah, there was an original series prior to this, but I haven't had the chance to watch it to see.
And they aren't actually connected, other than their
namesake.
The namesake, and I believe one of the characters from that one is referenced in this one.
Okay, so it's more like a minor franchise than a proper sequel.
Like
Yeah,
a
if you
world
ever,
continuation, then
yeah, if you ever watched like Tiger Mask or what was it Brutal Joe or something like that, that kind of thing.
okay.
Which normally I wouldn't keep on here, but like this is so disconnected, I do have to say that. Um, for what I know of that, for what everything I like about that one, Belfie, is this a must watch?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like that rule mostly applies to like very seminal anime. That we just kind of expect that they're going to have another iteration in a given season. Like Precure, to some extent like Gundam, things of that nature, where like we know that it's going to be kind of ongoing and that there's always going to be a new version or iteration of it.
Yep, which I believe I did put my foot down into. We're skipping a show that was technically like that. I forget which one was it, Magical Pretty Cure or something like that.
Oh yeah. I had a hard time at first telling if that one was like set in that universe, but I got some confirmation that it does appear to be like a Precure spin-off or the latest iteration of it.
Yeah, so that was a definitely skip. But both me and Belfie were polar opposites. Our thing. We both think this should go in the must watch. Yuki, unless you have any things against that.
No, I will defer to the expertise of the council.
Okay, so yeah, we have our first must watch, which I really only had like a couple on here that we're going to make that.
All right. Well, moving along. Next up, we have Blue Archive the Animation.
What?
皆さん楽しい週末を過ごされたみたいですね。委員長なんだからほらちゃんとして。いやセリカちゃんは相変わらずツンデレだね。それでは皆さん定例会議を始めたいと思います。
Is this one of the ones that it was on I missed?
シロコちゃん、こちらの方が拉致してきちゃったんですか？ついに犯罪に手を染めて問題が発覚する前になんとかもみ消さないと。お待ちしてました。先生、よろしく。私たちは便利屋68。何でもやるよ。私たちアビドス高等学校廃校対策委員会。よろしくね。じゃあまた明日。
Okay, so yeah, that was one of the ones I ended up missing. What the fuck is it on? Can either one of you tell me?
I can pull it up real quick.
I don't know. I haven't actually seen this one yet. Like, I just saw that it existed as a thing earlier today. So I didn't see it on Crunchyroll or anything like that.
I didn't see it on. I can tell I've only just checked Hulu today, but I didn't see it on that.
It's possible that it hasn't been licensed yet.
Which I can kind of see why. So all of us only know the trailer. We're having a hard time finding it.
Yeah.
Like I know it might not.
It's like Crunchyroll has an article on it, but that's about it.
I suspect that this will end up showing up as one of those like entire season drops later on once the licensing goes through.
Yeah, it'll be Crunchyroll probably. For sure.
I do anticipate that it'll come over because the game does have a fairly decent Western following.
Blue Archive's fan base is insanely popular.
Yeah, like if you like. This is one of the games that gets tons of fan art on Twitter. Some of it kind of suspect.
It's the one, if they mess this up, people will legit riot.
Okay, so not going to go in the skip. We want to say first episode just to be fair on this one, then? And people probably, not beat down our doors?
Yeah, like for sure, if you're not into like MOBA game adaptations, this probably won't appeal to you. But if you want, like it's definitely the sort of thing that trades on the strength of its waifu designs.
Which
Yeah, 'cause
better market in the mobile games, anime, you're gonna have a hard time with.
it's like most of the mobile game animes just, at least for me, are god awful.
Don't you watch Love Life?
I said most.
There have been a couple of pretty good mobile game adaptations.
It's like-
Particularly, I'm drawing a blank on the name, but there's the one that was done by the Konosuba team. That one was pretty good.
Is that the one with the horse girls?
No.
Oh, Uma Musume? I've heard good things about that one.
Yeah, Pretty Derby. That was a one of the ones that I had mentioned to you previously was a production by the same people who are behind Grand Blue Fantasy. I'm drawing a blank on the name of that company now, but it was a company that you hadn't heard of before. Yeah, Cygames. That's a Cygames project.
Oh yeah, that name was now burned into my brain from their anime last season.
Yeah. So, but no, this was
And to be that's in a good way.
Yeah, not all their stuff is good. Like they definitely stumbled a little bit when they were first getting started, but some of their projects are pretty high quality. And like Uma Musume, for instance, does have some pretty solid visuals to it, if nothing else.
But for everyone watching this, three people who love anime can't tell you where the hell to find this one.
Yeah, which is a problem.
There are words for it, but we're not going to use those words.
See,
yeah.
Check the high seas, ladies.
Yarhar.
Legally.
Yarhar.
All right, let's move on from the thing we don't know.
Yep.
What do we got next, Yuki?
Next up, we have. Oops, I should probably actually show it on my stream. Chilling in another world with level 2 super cheat powers. Which, as you can guess, is probably another light novel adaptation.
Number 2 on manga I read as well.
Apologies, this one also appears does not have any subtitles on the preview. It's basically telling us this guy got reincarnated and it turned out he didn't have any stats.
Is there YouTube subtitles?
I don't think so. I mean, there might be, but they're probably in Japanese.
No closed caption, auto English?
Nope. In fact, no closed caption at all.
これが僕の本当の姿。城から追われているかもしれないから見た目を変えているんだ。
この命を捧げてこたびのご恩に報いましょう。
私はバリロッサ、クライロード騎士団の騎士をしております。私はブロッサム、銃騎士をしてる。
私はビレリーって言います。ベラの魔法使い。
戦闘の指導をしてくれって頼まれたけど、これはなかなか大変そうだね。
私がこの世界を救う勇者に選ばれたということなのだ。
勇者様、お父様、いくらなんでもひどすぎます。おはようございます、旦那様。旦那様、旦那様、旦那様、旦那様。
Okay, so first off, we have our Belfi impression.
Yeah, it's just if I could have a ... over my head, I mean that sums it up perfectly right now.
Yeah, the moment of blank, stunned silence for sure.
Yeah, come on, you could do it. Use the words.
My first thing is this is isekai trash, isn't it?
Okay, so I'm going to respond to that and say that on the surface level, especially in the first like episode or two, it definitely purports to be isekai trash, but it has a super secret second genre that is in fact the true genre of the show. Even though it is technically isekai trash, it is indeed a harem romance comedy anime.
Oh my god.
And okay, here's the because I brought up the method of isekai before. The main character is summoned from a fantasy world into a fantasy world.
Yes, he's summoned into a different fantasy world.
I love that.
And then told that he has no stats and thus is useless to them, and is sent off into the woods.
Literally, like we're not paraphrasing any of that.
Chosen. Oh shit, not you. Go away.
Yeah, no, they decided the other guy they summoned at the same time was the chosen one.
Oh my. Okay, just from like what y'all are telling me, I will give this one a watch.
Okay, here's the thing. It's like you say harem, but there is one romance character in this, and it is other.
There is definitely one central waifu character
Yeah.
to rule them all.
Is it the wolf girl?
Yes.
It absolutely is the wolf girl, yes.
And they don't actually like they even. I don't know if I want to give them points for. Oh hey, we can go into the slavery thing, but they then like very much point out, no, we're not going to do that. All emotions and all this will be left up to the characters individually.
Yeah, I did actually want to touch on that and give the show credit for that, because he did have not only the option, but was actively pressured to enslave the wolf girl, and made the very conscious decision that that was not going to happen.
I mean, we just give VMC points for being cool.
Where they also decide to completely change his character design and model halfway through episode 1.
Well, technically he changes it himself, and they do have a little fun with that transition scene. Transition, wink, wink.
Fun. I wonder where this is going.
Other than that, I would say this show is also more wholesome than you think it would be.
Yeah, and I don't know that's necessarily something I want to give it points for, but I think it is interesting and noteworthy that the primary romance interest aggressively defends her claim to the main character, as opposed to most shows where it's like very passive, like frustration over the existence of the other characters or something like that.
Or you put the blame on the guy who's just trying to be not an asshole.
Yeah. Whereas in this, she's a wolf and she is going to mark her territory.
Not in that. I don't remember good enough.
Not quite that literally, but as far as I know, as far as the show's
as far as I remember, no. But I read the manga, and the manga tends to get away with a little bit more. As far as watching goes, episode 1 gives you the yeah,
really
2.
Get the wolf girl until at least episode 2 or 3, and she's really the core of the show. This might even be a 3rd episode show.
Yeah, it's like I'm thinking about that too, and it's like
it's not really until episode 3 that you get to the actual genre of the show.
Yeah, I'll give you. This is our first 3rd episode. Also, Belfie, you might want to learn the ending theme for this one, because that is a really sweet song, like cutesy sweet.
So this season has a lot of really good music.
It also has some real bad stuff too. Yeah. Don't be like. Also realize I didn't throw any of the awful stuff your way.
Thank you. She's like, so how was it? Slowly dying.
I've lost a piece of my soul.
I think I got isekai'd, but to the same world.
Hey, that's the story of that one.
Well, no, it was a different world. Just also a fantasy world.
So fucking weird. Okay. That's
Right. Moving on.
what do we
That'll
got?
be fun.
Next up, Dragon Raja: The Blazing Dawn. Quick note: I am not 100% convinced this one belongs on our list because we don't usually include stuff that is produced from China. But here we go.
I hold on before I wanted to make another note on that. It's like I'm including this one in there because Crunchyroll did have this up and center. This was easily accessed. I really do want to help promote shows that get basic advertising.
Some note about their existence.
Yeah,
I suppose that's fair.
Yeah, it's like, and this is going to be compared next to them, but this is a Chinese show and it is in Chinese.
Yeah. Which, because of that, I bounced off of it hard. I can understand enough Japanese that it being in Chinese was actively detrimental to my watching experience.
夢じゃなかった現実だ
Interestingly, this one
普
is
通の人生は
dubbed into Japanese.
選択肢がはっきりしてい
even
る
though it wasn't in the show.
けどあなたは違う
I assume they'll have a Japanese dub for it eventually, but it wasn't available when I was trying to watch it.
他の人にはありえない選択肢が存在してるの
決めましたチャンスをいただき感謝します
ようこそ竜の国に
Alright. So building off of that a little bit, one of the main reasons why we don't usually include these is the Chinese shows tend to suffer from serious production value issues at every level. I will say, to its credit, I didn't get that sense from this one.
Okay, we'll go into a bit of that. Oh, wait, no, you haven't watched this either. So yeah, you and both go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing that I'll say is like the other main reason we don't usually include these is just like the technical aspect that very technically, like the diehard language nerd and like old school anime fan in me will not allow for the corruption of the term anime, which specifically evolved from the term Japanese animation. And so like I will certainly allow for things to be called anime style, but I have a very hard time allowing for something to be considered anime if it is not from Japan.
Nope, I will very much give you that. It's just where this one's falling and where the advertising we are getting it for it falls in the basic look. I wanted to put it on this list.
Yeah, that's not to say that we can't mention things that we want to mention. And I will probably turn it over to both of you at that point because, like, I literally watched like 10 seconds of the show and was like, nope, I'm out. I can't handle it. The fact that they're talking in Chinese is breaking my brain. It's making me physically uncomfortable.
All right, Belfie.
Language, at least for me, usually doesn't bother me as much, but I think I've only watched one Chinese animation before. And honestly, from the previews I see of others, they all seem the same at the premise. Always something dragon. It's always something king. Please, just variety. I beg of you.
Oh, don't worry.
That, me is an immediate turn off of, I don't want to watch this.
The Chinese cultivation series are coming. They are coming.
At least from trailer, The trailer looked pretty. It looked cool, but not my personal cup of tea. Don't want to even give it that bite to watch.
Yep.
Yeah, it looked serviceable, but it definitely didn't appeal to any of my sensibilities.
Okay, so I've actually watched this. This is probably going to be a show I keep up with this season because I am liking where it's going with the twists. Initial worries. Oh yeah, they love to do backgrounds, characters, models, and in PS3 graphic CGI,
Oh, gross.
but no people.
Just backgrounds.
Yeah. Oh, there's a ship they love to focus on. It looks like it looks like something out of Final Fantasy like 13.
Incidentally, this isn't specific to this show, but yes, that is definitely one of those production quality trends that I noted earlier. And also, the production quality trends don't usually stop just at the actual technical animation aspects. I've noticed this weird trend where they always try to emulate certain things about anime that they're not really able to because of like their censorship laws and stuff. So
Mhm.
you get a lot of these shows that if they're not about dragons, then they're like a harem ecchi show or something, except they can't like they base the show around fan service that they're not allowed to have or show because it's from China.
No, this one is kind of a
I don't think that applies to this one, but like that sort of thing where it's like that's I guess kind of just an example of like the kind of director story kind of issues that these tend
yeah.
to suffer from as well, where like they want to do things that you expect an anime to do, but then they just can't because they're not allowed to.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I was trying to figure out like this show, like actually watching it, like the story on this reminds me of something. I just could not place what it was, and now it finally clicked. This story is about a student who, when going off to college, gets recruited to a very special elite college that teaches you how to control superpowers so you can fight dragons.
I see.
Ah.
Dragons, which are apparently a real problem in present day China?
I think hidden world kind of thing. So almost Jujutsu Kaisen levels of stuff.
Okay, but here, all right. So here's the grievance I immediately take with that. When you have something that is inherently supernatural, i.e., Jujutsu Kaisen, and it's kind of like it's operating in that thin veil of like myth and folklore where like the supernatural stuff is never really seen by the general populace, and on the off chance it is, it gets kind of like Men in Blacked out of the public consciousness, and most of it is hidden not only because of the very nature of it, but also because like the powers bring you into parallel dimensions and stuff like that where like normal people can't observe it. Now, that brings me to dragons, which are notably giant creatures that are very difficult to hide. So is there some kind of like I don't know, magical invisibility element or something like that going on here that like masks these somehow?
Okay, so what they go over is there are like different planes of existence, and they go that dragons are on the highest plane, and they've been trying to come down onto Earth.
Okay, so think portals, and we're trying to keep them from invading through portals, basically.
Kind of, yeah.
Got it. So, all right. So that it's not an active like fighting dragons in the middle of cities kind of deal. which is important because otherwise it's very hard to suspend the disbelief for this kind of plot premise.
Yep, and so far they haven't actually shown any dragons, and I'm on episode 3, 4-ish. And one other note I do have to make: this is run into a style that High Dive generally had popularized, where the quote unquote first episode is nearly an hour long.
Got it. So it has the like start with a movie thing going.
Which only helps you introduce to the 2 of the main characters. The main character and what I'm going to assume is going to be the main love interest.
Yeah. I'm going to continue to be a little bit picky about this show that I haven't seen for a second and say that 4 episodes into a show that is ostensibly about dragons is a very, especially with a double length or triple length first episode there, a lot to ask an audience to stick with when your show is ostensibly about dragons.
Hey, episode 3? Yeah, start of episode 3. He finally gets to, it takes 3 episodes to get to the school. And when
first episode's an hour. Ugh.
And when he gets to school, he sees all the students run out with machine guns and kill each other.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay then.
Okay, this show just sounds like a cluster.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. This is one of the 3 shows I've actually laughed at, like legit belly rolled laughed at.
Okay, so it's a comedy, or is this more like hate watch laughing?
It's a shonen that manages to hit its comedy on such. I don't know if it's just because it's hit my funny bone perfectly, dead on, but this main character just. I think there's like a 2-minute skit where he's just he's in a college exam interview, and he sits down. The person looks at him. Do you believe in aliens? And he just goes through a mental panic because he's expecting, what's your job perspectives? Why do you want to come to our college? What do you think is your strongest? And it's like, so aliens are real, right?
So it's that interview scene from Ghostbusters, basically.
You're not wrong. Oh. Then it's followed by, okay, yeah, no, the grand universe, that could be a thing. Okay, do you believe in superpowers? I mean, I want to. It manages to hit a very interesting, funny note.
I'm getting vague, like, Mashal kind of comedy vibes from the description that you're giving, which I know is definitely very your style of humor.
Yeah, it is. It's okay. Here's the thing, though. He's also. I've been told this is a trait, like in a lot of Chinese humor. Sarcasm is something I love to fall back onto.
I see.
But exaggerated to the umpteenth degree.
Well, I'll let you decide where to put this one, Agent, because
this one's entirely your call.
Yeah, it's I have to put this in 3 episodes because
it doesn't even get to dragons by episode 3.
Technically, they show up in episode. Well, you see one directly in episode 2. It's just you have a. This is a slow burn show. I can tell you that right off the bat. But I never felt like I was waiting for something to happen, though. This was, hey, this world is fucking deep. We're going to spoon feed it to you as the main character is introduced to it. And they do a good job on that.
Interesting. It is uncommon to not at least start with some kind of in medias res or something like that to hook the audience these days. I'm not saying that's inherently bad. There's definitely times where it's better not to do that, and I kind of almost feel like that's actually a little overused by this point. But at the same time, it is important to hook the audience somehow and to introduce them to what the show is ultimately supposed to be, unless the point of it is to actively blind them to that.
They do a good job of throwing up a mystery. Like, you see the grand works of what appears to be like the rulers of the dragons, or their, like, the big shots of them, but what you see doesn't quite make sense, and then they pop back up randomly, and it's like, okay, why is he just sitting there? Which is, if you saw in the trailer, that little boy. Yeah,
I
it's
can't say I made particular note of the little boy. No, I'm sorry.
there's a lot throwing at you. Looking at it now, it's like, oh yeah, that makes a little more sense now. There is enough to hook you. It's one of those, if you could give it a shot and get through it. If the language barrier isn't a big thing, this is a very interesting action. And I will never give anyone advice on CGI, except if I think it's bad, it's fucking god awful. Because I still think Beast Wars looks good.
I mean, okay, the thing about Beast Wars is you have to give it a certain amount of credit as being one of the earliest produced CG shows. And it was made by the same people who made Reboot, which was the very first CGI show.
Nobody ever talks about their second show. See,
Well,
you can't even name it. Reboot was the first.
No.
Beast Wars was the third. Their second one.
Their second show didn't actually air in the U.S. I think it was like exclusive to Canadian TV. If I remember right.
I live far enough
we're
north.
getting a little off topic.
Yep. Okay. Anime.
Yes.
Yeah. No, actual anime. Yep. So 3 episodes. What's on the next on the docket here? What other crazy? Can Belfie finally have comments?
Find out next week on
Girls Band Cry.
What?
And this is another one of the ones that you didn't have on the list.
Okay.
It is an entirely CGI animated.
なんか二人とも
Exactly what
拭
it
えない
sounds
不
like,
幸感
Joe.
というか不満がにじみ出てる
As far as I can
失礼
tell.
なそうですよでもそういうのがいいかと思って
It looks better than the other all CGI show.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's
私はル
decent
パ
for all CGI.
こちらは海老塚ともちゃんともちゃんと話して決めたんですこの人たちと一緒にやってみたいって
Like, it doesn't hurt to look at it.
ルパはうまくいくと思うそんなのわかるわけないですどんなに仲が良くても喧嘩別れはしますし相性最悪でも不思議と続くこともあるでも最初から負けたって諦めるのは嫌なんだよ終わりって自分で言ったら本当に終わっちゃうんですよだから悪いのは私なんだ辛い思いするくらいなら今のままでいい桃花さんが魂かけていたバンドですよだからその歌が間違ってないって証明したいんですスバルちゃんとルパさんとトモちゃんと桃花さんと目指せブローカーンバンド名は決まったのかトゲなしトゲありですはえ
Yeah, so I get the... Oh.
運転手交代に賛成の人
Okay, I get the feeling that this is very much one of those, like K-On! Or Bocchi the Rock kind of genre, girl band shows. But I will say that I myself only found out this existed when I was doing the audit earlier today, and this is another one of those shows that I'm not sure exists anywhere for us to watch.
Yeah, it actually had English subtitles.
It did, yes. In any case, from what I can see in the preview, it looked decent. It certainly didn't have, like, the overwhelmingly adorable designs and squishiness and everything that something like K-On! Had. I don't think it'll probably stack up to K-On! Or Bochi, really. But if like the girl band genre is a genre that you're into, this will probably appeal, I would think.
The other thing I'm kind of interested in, it's I don't know how many band anime you watched in recent eras, but one thing they've been doing to get the full-on technical side of it down, so that the people on screen are actually playing their instruments as full, is they'll switch over to CGI models for the actual musical parts. This is them
usually like mocap it or something too.
Yep, this is going full CGI right off the bat, so that means there'll be no awkward transition that you get pulled out of when you first see it.
Yeah, and they did definitely smooth out a lot of the rough edges that you usually have to deal with in an all CG show, especially with regards to the faces. So I'll give them a lot of credit there. I did see one scene where the hands and like the forearms looked kind of like stiff and plasticky and like Barbie dolly. But like in general, this doesn't suffer from most of the problems that you see from all CG shows. We're not seeing like the weird frame rate on it that makes it all like jumpy and gross looking. We're not seeing like overly stiff or plasticky models. The characters actually have expressions. I saw like some stretch and squish and other like animation principle things applied to the characters that don't usually get applied in fully CG shows. So I think there's some tech advances and a little bit of extra care that went into that. Anyone else have anything to add?
It's a music genre, so I'm already sold.
Yeah, I was gonna guess
Totally
that.
fair.
This would be, once I can find it, will be my second full CGI show I've watched, so I don't really have any preconceived notions one way or the other towards it as a animation style.
I'm going to throw this up in the first episode, just because it feels like you're gonna be able to tell what is out of the gate. I might be proven wrong, but advertise your shows better so we can find them.
I know, right?
Oh, wait, if it's Toei, what are they? Oh god, it's Toei.
It's Toei Animation.
Oh, licensing hell.
But yeah, that's probably what's going
Toei
on.
hates the Western side.
Yep, but this first episode, keep forgetting to switch over.
All right.
Something that hopefully one of us has actually watched now.
Haha. Let's find out.
Ooh, Kanekawa.
Games we play.
神はゲームに飢えている。暇を持て余した神々はゲームで神に挑む力、アライズを人間に与えた。神々の遊びは合計3回の敗北で挑戦権を失い、10回の勝利でクリアとなる。私たち人類が課せられた目標はその完全攻略。未だ人類達成者ゼロのその偉業、フェイ君なら。
これはれっきとした知略ゲームです。
こんなワクワクするゲームなんだからもっと楽しそうにしたら。引退してお詫びします。あなたに一生を捧げることを約束する。
一番大事な約束はミスした仲間を責めないことだ。
禁断ワードはこのゲームに関係のある言葉のはずよ。
答え合わせの時間だ。
Alright.
Okay, so Belfi, I'm guessing you haven't watched any of this one either?
Oh, I love this one.
Yuki?
I am guessing based off that reaction, I've probably watched the least of it at only one episode.
Okay, so a little joke because I want to get this out of the way. This is No Game, No Life at home, isn't it?
It certainly feels that way to me. Okay. My impression of this show is that it's trying to do like kind of the slightly humorous take on the mind games genre of shows, but it's not doing it super successfully. like it's not terrible to watch, but like the basic premise of shows like this is if you're gonna give us a whole bunch of garbage that we have to digest about your world, then you have to make it pay off by making the thing that you build up to and set up actually interesting, and all of that exposition actually be relevant to it in a way that feels satisfying. And my biggest gripe about this show is it doesn't really feel like anything matters.
It is very much the survival game like genre with no stakes.
Yeah, exactly.
No, literal no stakes. Remember, the main character's ability is he can't die.
It's like, and if you do lose, you just can't play anymore. Like that, slap on the wrist. That's it.
Yeah. And so I'm like, that's true too, right? Like it completely undermines everything about its genres that make it work. I feel like it was trying to subvert them, but in trying to subvert them, instead it just undermined itself and collapsed the foundation.
It's like, I understand the anime's whole premise was like, games are fun. You should just play games and enjoy them, but there's
other ways they could have done that.
Yeah, it was poorly executed.
Yep. The other problem they have is you can generally tell on mind game shows like this, if they resolve the big conflict of the game they're in the episode it's introduced in, other than maybe the very first one, it's generally not well put together. And so far, I've gone to episode 3, and every game, here's what the game is. Here's some of the rules. We figured out all the rules. Now we've beaten the boss.
Can I say that I hate how the trailer is almost exclusively episode 3?
It is, too.
Like, that's all episode 3.
Yeah, actually, coming to think of it, I think I actually did watch at least, like, episode 2 of this, because they recruited the like, teleporting girl.
With the bigger boobs that...
Yeah. So I think, really, this show is skinned to be, like, a survival mind games sort of genre show, but I think secretly it's actually a harem anime. And not a particularly great one.
I can say this is my background noise show. It's like I'll turn it on when the new episode drops and then get other work done.
Yep, I get the fact that they're trying to emulate No Game No Life's art style on so many different levels. It's just like, you're not doing yourselves any bonuses here, guys.
No.
Yeah, no, I will say, like, visually and everything, the show's okay. Like, it has a little bit of humor and stuff. It kind of keeps you interested. It's not boring. It doesn't do a good job of executing on what it's supposed to execute on.
Yeah,
and there's definitely much better shows you could be watching.
Yep, especially for this season. I would say one episode for this one, you can understand what it is right off the bat. Okay, let's get moving.
All right. Next up, Grandma and Grandpa turn young again. Have you seen this, Belfie?
Yes.
This is one of the ones Belfie was in charge of.
Okay, I wasn't sure based off the reaction if that was like excitement about having seen it or excitement over wanting to maybe see it.
Oh, this is just a full musical. We're getting hit hard with this copyright.
Wait, this is just the opening.
It's the official trailer.
This is just the opening. Like, verbatim. That's what this is. Yeah.
I think you are correct, yeah.
This is the opening.
Okay. So, oh yeah, so since I'm the person that's watched the least, this looks like a very cutesy, slice of life, modern day healing show.
You would be incorrect about that.
Yeah.
Horrendously incorrect. And in fact, I will say that I was very disappointed because I went in hoping this would be that kind of show and fully expecting that it was going to be like very touching and like sweet. And it is in fact gag humor through and through, 100%.
Yeah. Like, it's cutesy. You got that part right for sure. But what's the best way to describe it?
Oh, also, unusual types of very overt incest vibes.
What?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
especially like all the family members are suddenly super hot for Grandpa.
What?
Yep.
Grandpa's got it going on.
Yeah. His daughter and granddaughter both super hot for Grandpa.
Well, I guess.
Probably other characters too, but that's as far as I got in the show.
Don't worry, the second granddaughter doesn't feel that way.
Oh, okay. I didn't know there was a second granddaughter.
There is a second granddaughter.
All right, yeah, both. Yeah, go ahead.
No, good. This might determine what I say next.
No, I was just gonna try to cut in to give you more room to talk.
Oh. For me, this is a very... You'll know episode 1 if this is for you or not. Like, without a doubt. I guess I just, like, completely was numb or completely blind and dumb to some of the slapstick humor. So I just kind of saw this as cutesy grandma and grandpa being young again. But I definitely didn't read too much beyond face value into this show.
So question, do you feel like the show has like staying power? Because
No.
no, okay.
No.
That was one
Honestly,
of my big concerns having watched episode 1 was that like it didn't really feel like it had enough substance to get it past episode 1.
Because I watched episode 1, forgot about it, got the message of, hey, the stream, like, oh, I have to watch these two.
This is my assigned watching.
Like, it'll be one I probably wait to binge in one setting. But
Okay.
on a week-to-week basis, I don't think it's got
So,
enough.
I want to say then that it's telling that someone who was actually assigned specifically the role of watching this show forgot to continue watching it past episode 1.
Yeah. Like, it's cutesy and I want it to, like, be good, but it's just a very face value show.
Yeah? Okay.
Like, if they had done it in, oh, I'm blanking on the show, like the series where it's just a bunch of shorts comprising an episode, like it's just short chapters
like
from
little
a manga.
vignettes.
Just if it was like that, I think it would have been way stronger as a show.
I mean, I feel like they did kind of do that to some extent, because at least in episode 1, it was cut up into like
Episode 1 was very much like that, but 2 and 3 did
Yeah.
not.
Oh, okay.
2 and 3 was
I-
very much storyline A, storyline B.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So interesting that they break away from that format after episode 1, because usually it's the later episodes that go into that format after you've been like introduced to the characters and everything.
It's very much like Western cartoon style, where before the commercial break you have the first plot line, and then after the commercial break you have the next.
Huh. Okay.
So it's
The
it
A
just
plot
wasn't.
and the B plot.
Yeah, it just wasn't doing it for me.
Okay, then. I'm glad I kicked this one over to you, then. Oh, don't worry. I suffered enough. But, yeah, one episode on that one. You'll know it when you see it.
Yep.
All right.
We all put in our time in the anime mines. Alright, next up. The source of said suffering in all likelihood, high-speed étoile. I can't pronounce French.
Étoile, yeah.
I think it's Italian.
That's not any better.
アミちゃん、タイミング教えて。
Maybe it's étoile.
That sounds probably
The audience was literally faceless.
やっと揃ったな。まだいけない。ぶつから
I have thoughts.
惜しい。油断の隙もない。
chill out
私たちは
relaxation
挑戦
landing
者。
on her helmet
ドーンとやってきなさい。
as she's doing super high-speed racing.
知ってる。これが怖くて。
Oh, and also
楽しい
she's a
ことも。
ballerina. Okay.
行こうか。
Cute cat.
アミちゃん。
Wait, does she
待
have
っていてよ。
that
リンダ
paw
ーリン。
pad?
クイーンの敵になりそうなドライバーを徹底的に潰す。
ロレンツォ
I
M
sure
サル
hope
バ
so.
トーレキングと呼
I
ば
don't
れ
know,
て
they have a guy named Salvatore that already does it for me.
実は引きこもってた時があって、そんな私を引っ張り出してくれた人たちがいて、その期待に応えたいから、私はここで勝ちたい。嘘。
ネクスレース、次世代動力を搭載したマシンたちによる新たな世界。目指すはサーキットのエトワール。
彼女のおかげで退屈しない。とりあえずはね。
まだまだ早くなりますよ。あの子。リボルバースト。ドーン。
Alright.
So, all of the racing scenes just remind me of IGPX, and
Here, let me add a little something to that. So you know how fastly cut that trailer was? That's the cut speed they do for the actual fucking show.
Ew.
This show legit gave me motion sickness.
Okay,
Yeah.
I need to take this off my list then because I will actually get sick if I watch this.
The best animated feature on all the characters are the boob physics.
Well, I mean, if you're
Gotta
gonna
have
put
some
shit somewhere, right?
The audience is a faceless mob. There are almost no other side characters. Half the racers are literal AI-driven cars, and the announcers are some I don't know.
So it's like an arcade game turned anime?
Yes. Fuck, if this
That would
isn't
explain the Sega branding.
if you told me this is an arcade game they just threw a show, it's like I could completely believe you.
It might actually be a gotcha game.
There's not enough characters for that. There
that's
is legit
hilarious.
6 fucking characters that have faces.
Listen, that does not preclude it from being a gotcha game.
I am checking now.
Like legit, like one of the characters who is the like person who leaves, who gives what I'm going to assume is like the rivals the big motivation to be the best they can be, which are the chicks in blue. You don't see them without a helmet. This is this is a literal faceless person.
So this was apparently not a mobile game, sadly. It was just a 1-volume manga series.
I can see why.
I wonder why it got the Sega branding then. I mean, Sega does make anime, so maybe it's just a Sega anime?
Very possible.
I don't fucking, or maybe they're getting paid. I don't know. Okay, let me put it to you this way. So you know, I think I've said on the previous streams, you can tell Crunchyroll's rating if you just ignore the first number and just go by the decimal place. If it's a 3, 5, 7, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This ranks in as a 2.4 on Crunchyroll.
Whoa!
Oof.
So that by that logic, it's a like negative 1.8.
I think that only puts you at like what would that be? 3.
It put you at like 4.0, I think, if I remembered the number right.
This is what this show fucking, because the commentaries is like lifeless. Like, I was trying to look up, like, okay, does anybody, because this isn't racing, this is Formula 1 racing equivalently, and everything I could find on this is regular. It's like, wow, this is as actually boring and lifeless as current Formula 1 is. I have found no love. I found no redeeming qualities. It's like, the character designs aren't awful, but they're stiff. They barely move. The main character isn't in episode 1.
What?
Like,
Okay, so this one looked really bad to me right off the bat. Like, even the advertisement banner thing on Crunchyroll, this looked like pretty terrible. So I'd identified it as a potential hate watch. But I haven't even gotten around to hate watching it yet.
I feel like this just goes under skip.
welcome to why we have this category. Skip! Fucking skip!
Oh my god, like that was just so.
Please save yourself.
Oh my fuck! Just like I know, like I know there has to be a team that had like experience or like they were trying behind this, but
The team that worked on this know that we love you, but not the show.
oh my god,
It's nothing against you as people.
I don't even like.
You're doing great. Keep
Okay,
doing you.
So here's another thing. You want to know what the main character's motivation is? They were
Not being neat.
okay. They were a ballerina, like
I did get that from the preview.
yeah, a professional ballerina who broke their leg,
That'll do it.
healed, but couldn't never get back to where they were or something. I don't know. They don't go into too much detail, but while healing and all that, got really into playing video game racers online, like set a world record, and then this company is like, "Hey, we want you to drive our car."
Okay, I'm gonna say there's a couple things at least wrong with just that premise. First off, ballerina to professional racer is quite a weird pivot. But putting that aside, when you break your leg and are in convalescence, you are not able to play racing games using pedals.
Once again, that's why I brought in the Formula 1 cars. Formula 1s don't actually use pedals. They're all in the steering wheel.
Neat. Actually, didn't know that. That's kind of cool.
Yes. Okay. Here's the thing, though. Was what she was playing as a video game Formula 1?
It was the video game equivalent to the races they do in this world, which is a special new type of energy, fossil fuel. Yeah, the further you dig, the worse it gets. It's like...
I'm so. How are they functioning as a society beforehand? What were they using? Was solar not good enough for them?
It was a wood burning steam engines.
My God.
I don't know. It's like they try to play. It's like this new high energy thing. It's like, oh, that's actually cool. The technical aspects of this, yeah, the new super fossil fuel.
Wow.
I'm in pain.
Is that actually like secretly some kind of like propaganda for the oil companies or something?
I don't know. It could be. This show's bad enough.
Is this entire show funded by Big Oil?
It might be.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Who's our next corporate sponsor? I mean,
they listed them at the back of the trailer. They had an entire page of their corporate sponsors.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Moving on.
Well,
Yeah.
I have one more piece of criticism, which is that when it comes to Formula One, like true Formula One doesn't typically have a lot of large turns in it. The ones it does have tend to be like really, really wide, lazy turns because Formula One's all about going at incredibly high speeds on straightaways.
Hmm.
Which is okay. Going back to the fact that the controls are on the steering wheel doesn't lend itself to doing turns because it doesn't give you a lot of control over things like braking and acceleration. It's pretty much just like engage throttle. And so what they show as content in the show doesn't really match up with the reality of how they're executing it, which for this kind of show is kind of a fundamental no-no because like one of the things that makes something like Initial D so good is that it does a great job of explaining all the physicality and everything behind it to someone who is a complete novice. And this is the complete opposite of that.
Oh, I also wasn't joking when I said half the cars on the track are run by literal AI.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believed you. Which only makes it all the more like they're participating in a video game in real life.
Oh, you know what the best racer's name is?
Do tell.
The King.
Of course.
Is there any other name?
Okay,
I mean, that just, like,
I will
just
rail on
helps.
this for too long and keep bringing up bullets. It's like we moving on. Like,
Yeah. I'm going to propose that since we're roughly around halfway-ish in...
oh no, we're only about a fourth.
Oh, wow.
This is huge.
I'm going to try to speed us up from here on out because I know the first little bit, but would we try to?
Well, I think we're around a third actually, but I am out of water, so I was going to propose a short break.
Okay,
Sounds good.
I can go do that. I will. We will be.
Yeah, we can save a longer break for later for like a full bio rest, but why don't we at least take a quick 2-minute-ish water break?
Sounds good.
Get the rage out of my system, but yep. All right. We will see you all in a minute. All right, now let's switch this back to. Okay, let's see. Next, let's get off. Hold on, sorry.
And we're back. Ish, sort of.
All
kind
right,
of.
play us away, Yuki. We've all refilled water. Let's play us away.
Play us away. Am I gonna bust out the piano and like play us off the stage?
I mean,
That's what that last
it's
show
an option.
was, pretty much.
No.
俺の願いは
Alright.
ただ一つ
Next up, we have I was reincarnated as the seventh prince.
魔術を楽しみたい
Also a manga I've read.
それだけだだけど俺には才能がなかっただから何もできずに殺されたはずだった
And decapitation.
地位も名誉もどうでもいいこの王宮にどれだけ俺をワクワクさせる魔術があるか否か
That is the prince. It is in fact
言うこと聞かない悪い子は禁書の魔人に食べられちゃいますよ
俺はグリモワール。これからどうするかな。何？
ねえもう少し見せてくれるかな次を頼むよクリモワール
なんだその魔力量は。
俺のことはクリモと呼んでください見つけましたよロイド様なんと愛らしいそしてなんという才能大久保時が100年早いやるタオちゃんの強さに惚れちゃったあるか僕は毒の呪われだああすごいどういう理屈だ受けにもそんだなんで結界飛んでるんすか行ってみますか冒険者としての第一歩尋常じゃない魔力の高まり行くぞはいなテレビアニメ転生したら第七王子だったので気ままに魔術を極めます
alright.
何なんだい君は。
ただの王子さ第七のな
All right.
Buffy, I'm assuming you're the one who has not seen this, correct?
I have not seen this.
Alright, you get first dibs on reaction.
So all I had seen of this before was just what Agent had sent me of the outfit for the seventh prince. I'm like, what the fuck is this? After watching the trailer, though, this actually looks like it'll be fun.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna open with a
'Cause-
slight warning after you finish, Belfie.
'Cause
Yeah.
At least my first impression is this is very much a Mary Sue type anime, where it's just watching a super overpowered character just run around with shenanigans.
Yes.
Oh, for sure,
that-
yes.
Kinda, right?
Not an isekai though.
Actually, it is.
No, reincarnation in the same world.
Was it?
Yes. I this is one of the ones I read the manga on. So this is
Gotcha.
not an isekai.
So this one I'm definitely, after seeing this, very curious about.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They were originally like a villager and then reincarnated after being very sad about their lack of magic.
Not being angry about getting incinerated to death either.
Oh, yeah, no, they were actually quite happy to have been killed by fire magic. Yeah, so the warning that I think you were alluding to, first off, fan service. If you didn't catch that in the preview.
Yeah, that's.
Not in the usual way though.
Oh no.
Yeah, and
That's a little worrying now.
Yeah, so the main character is male, but they lean so hard into the shonen aspect
Mm-hmm.
that they kind of wrap all the way around into the main character being almost a lolly.
A very
Oh.
effeminate young boy.
Yes. So there's certainly that going on with the show. Aside from that, I will say this is definitely borderline, like not technically isekai, but very much falls very similar into that isekai trash genre.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's very, very high end isekai trash. Like
Weirdly high production qualities in this fucking show.
I was shocked by the production values. Like I completely was blown away and dumbfounded. It looks gorgeous a good portion of the time. And this show is like going to the kind of restaurant where it's like $150 a plate and asking them for
A burger.
a Whopper and fries. Yeah. Like not even just a burger, but specifically asking them to make their best attempt at a Whopper.
The one thing I will also give it to is they very much veer away from the look, it's the sexy Shota. You guys all like that, right? You like the trap main character, right? That's they veer away from that after episode 1. For some reason, it's front and center episode 1 in a lot of bits. They get away from that later on.
I mean, the character doesn't change any, but it shifts to being more of a harem anime and being focused a little bit more on the waifus than on the main character, in terms of the like fan service and sex appeal aspect.
That being said, I will say I love Grimm as a character.
Yeah, and as far as like mascot characters go, they're pretty entertaining and enjoyable.
But yeah, this is going to be a single episode. If you like isekai, basic isekai plots, it's there for you. It's technically not an isekai if that kind of rubs you the wrong way. There's too much of those. It's an interesting watch, though. I'll definitely give it that. Give this one a try.
We'll definitely have to do that.
Yeah, definitely worthwhile for the production values alone.
Oh, yeah.
They sank a lot of money into some serious sakuga for this show.
Oh, God, yeah. All right, let's get our next one going here.
All right. Next up, we have Kaiju number 8.
Oh, yeah.
The Kaiju signal.
Nope, you can't go that way.
Made it look like he blew his nose and all that blood came out.
こりゃしばらく残業だな。
なんで諦めちゃったんすか。
なんでこうなった。
目標撃破。
もう一回防衛隊員目指。
Well, the name makes a little more sense now.
All right, so wait, Yuki, have you not watched this one yet?
I have not actually watched this one yet, no.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, you two go ahead. I've also read the manga on this one. I will have words in a minute.
This one has been very hyped up from what I've been hearing. I just kind of didn't know it was airing this season.
I definitely knew it was airing this season, but the way that they advertised it, like, it's been very hyped on Crunchyroll, especially. But the way that they put the like countdown timer on it kept making me think it hadn't actually aired yet. Um, so I was under the impression that it was going to be like a mid-season drop or something, but I realized it does have episodes out. I just didn't get around to watching any of them.
Okay, but would you like to give impressions or what you think of the story in the trailer? Then I can go off that, or...
Well, I mean, story-wise, it looks like it's kind of an elite defense force that is dealing with kaiju, and I guess one of them gets infected by a parasite?
You must become the kaiju to beat the kaiju.
I know, right? Embrace it.
Okay.
Embrace kaiju.
Like,
Reject humanity.
Ugh. All right, I guess I could take over from this bit. So, okay, that is the general thing. Like, this is a world where kaiju are a thing, and the titular characters on the front are part of the defense force that does fight them. Well, the big difference is the main character, the old-looking, old for anime standards. He looks...
Not a middle schooler.
He's grizzled and has seen some days.
Well,
He's grizzled 20s.
31.
Oh.
Well, it's one of the major themes of this one is the main character is someone in their 30s who's, dreamed and dreamed and dreamed of joining the anti-kaiju defense force. But every attempt failed and has finally, kind of resulted himself to give up. Only to have somebody else join, the kaiju cleanup crew he's a part of and reinvigorate him to give it one last shot. So, while this is a story about people fighting kaiju, this is also about, mostly about a story of somebody who, let their friends get ahead of them, let their, people they were always step with, surpass them in so many ways, and then, no, screw it. I'm going to follow my dream. I don't care. I still have it in me to go out and do this. I don't have to go through the basic shuffle.
So kind of in the vein of those inspirational sports movies where it's not so much about the sport as it is about the character finding the courage and the conviction to achieve their goals.
Yeah, oldie, this is fighting giant monsters. Now the titular twist there that you both did pick up on is at the end of the first episode, after he's had a massive run-in with another one and saved that coworker that inspired him, they're both making this decree in the hospital. I'm going to join the defense force. I'm going to do this, and then he gets infected by a kaiju. And slowly transforming into the titular kaiju number 8, as it would be later classified, from the sheer amount of power he outputs.
Yeah, so it has the same kind of Jujutsu Kaisen or Parasite or those kinds of shows in terms of that aspect of the plot where you're fusing with the enemy to be able to obtain the power to defeat them.
Yep, and it very much early on in the show, where if you're on episode up to 3, he has to hide this from everybody still.
As one would, because otherwise they will become the target for extermination, right?
Yeah.
Yep. But I don't want to go into too many details on this one. I will say I do have some bias. I am a kaiju fan. I love stories where the main hero looks like the evilest SOB in the series. It's oh yeah, no, that unstoppable murder machine looking guy, that's the hero. Which his design very much does come off that. But overall, it's a shonen about a 30-year-old guy kind of stepping up, and I don't like how old I am.
That realization that you're older than the people being portrayed as old.
Only slightly. Well, this is a must watch. I will say for anyone who likes shonen, who likes action shows, who likes very well character driven stories. Everybody in this feels so good. There is not a bad character in this entire franchise.
Obviously, for kaiju fans in general as well. Looked like it had some pretty decent production values too.
Oh yes, they know what they've got and they put money behind it.
As we could see from the advertising push as well.
Yes.
One of the few shows to actually seem to get one.
Yeah. All right. What?
Okay. Next up.
Oh, loud.
Sorry. That's actually just because it is in fact loud.
Ooh. Okay.
Kurameru Kagari.
Oh, it's this one.
Oh, this was one of the movies that snuck into
箱
the
庭
list.
と呼ばれる町の片隅で地図屋を営む少女かがり。彼女の紡ぐ日常に現るは危機快快な面々ばかり。さあご覧あれ。クラメルかがり。2024年4月12日公開。
Okay.
I have no idea.
You know,
I've
I
not
think you
seen
should
any
watch
of
at
this.
least 2 episodes of this single motion feature film.
Well, you say that, but it's actually 2 motion feature films.
Son of a bitch! All right, watch 3 episodes.
Okay, so I'll be brief on this one because this is for some odd reason being advertised as a show when it's really, I think that might be a not a translation error but a cultural thing because these are about 45 minutes each. So in America, if you are a foreign audience, we consider those to be specials or long episodes of shows or double episodes. In Japan, they are in fact movies. And everything going okay over there, Yuki? Your bottle's kind of flipping out.
Oh yeah, it's just feline interference.
So this is 2 movies that are both a diesel punk mystery series. I think they both take place in the same town as well.
I see. So it's like a shared setting, but like vignettes within that setting that aren't necessarily directly related.
Yep. It's movie quality, I'll give it that much. So if you have a afternoon to kill, you want to watch a fun couple short movies, it's I would say 2 episodes.
It doesn't sound bad.
You'd say 2 episodes because it is entirely 2 episodes long.
Yes. Yes, I would. And
Might as well just watch both episodes.
yeah, and you diesel punk is not a genre you see too often, especially in anime.
That is fair. You do see the occasional, like, I guess even Cabaneri is more of a, almost more of a steampunk than it is diesel punk.
Would Cashern fall under that?
Cashern.
Cashern.
I
It
feel
was
like Cashern was
08,
more
I think.
future.
Yeah,
I know it was very dystopian and like resources didn't exist.
Diesel punk is your World War II era
Gotcha, okay.
stuff generally.
Although occasionally you'll see more of a like a post-apocalyptic, like
Yes, Mad Max also gets
okay.
added into
Yeah.
diesel punk. I've heard it argued both ways, so I kind of just add both. It's like, yeah, these are both diesel punk, just 2 different flavors of it. This is in the former.
Usually when people are using the term, they're referring more to that like era shortly after what steampunk would be era.
Gotcha.
Yep. I don't know. I love diesel punk tanks. They are the boxy or not mechs, just because they are the boxiest, clunkiest things ever.
All right.
Next up,
Mysterious disappearances.
my 2 favorite reasons to watch this.
小川すみれこと 口の減らない友人、足立の連
Two
と
breasts.
ささやかな友情と別れに関する記録だ。
They emphasize that she has like
奇妙な理由で不登校になる生徒が
G cups
十中八九それは
constantly.
怪異と関係しています
I watched it just for this intro.
ええすみれこさん事件の正体を見定めてきてください
ここにあるのは何かがあった後の輪っかみたいな。聞きたいことがあるから一緒に来て。先生は無事なのか。どこに行くんだ。怪異があったはずの場所。
ここは本来人がいていい場所じゃないんだぜ。
まさか見えているのか。標識が。
言っただろう使うなって。そして新しい土地には新しい神が宿ります。
帰り道がわからない案内します
悪いがこれは渡せないな。呪い。
ええそして呪いは帰ってくるものです
ここから導き出される結論は一つしかないじゃないか。どうしてお願いも私には才能なんてないって思いついたからか。ふざけてただけ。いじめる側はいつもそう言うわ。から私の時間は止まったままだ。やりたかったな。帰るなら二人一緒だよ。
世界はいつだってその異物を排除したくてたまらないんだ
いいさ引き受けよう。
さすがですすみれこさん
私は作家小川すみれ子だ。理由はそれで十分だろ。
I haven't seen any of this one yet myself.
Same.
I'm getting kind of vague, like, Monogatari series sort of vibes from it. Looks like the production values are pretty good. It is definitely on my list of stuff to watch, but just didn't kind of percolate up to the top. One of the victims of the fact that Crunchyroll's watch list has like less space on it than we have shows in the recent seasons.
Yeah, the simulcast tab has been my friend this season. All right, I am watching this. I have gotten through up to 3. I don't know if they're past 3 yet. Okay, the one warning I will put out is the main female lead. It's kind of a co-lead between a male and a female. She has got huge fucking boobs, and they
huge boob warning, danger.
Well, they love to emphasize that, and I would say like what they like to do with that, but it's kind of a plot twist for the first mystery. But this is a modern day paranormal mystery series kind of thing. And they do go a bit more into Japanese culture. This is probably something, if you're familiar with that kind of stuff, it probably, oh, this is that kind of monster. Oh, I know what this is. A little bit.
Yeah, it looks like it kind of steps over a lot into the like Japanese horror sort of genre as well.
Yeah, it's a very, I don't quite want to say horror, but yeah, right, there are aspects of that in there.
Like horror skinned, even if it's not actually horror genre in terms of like the feeling it's trying to evoke in the viewer.
Yep, but I would definitely say the first episode will set up the 3 main characters and a lot of the premise you will deal with throughout this show. It feels like this is a good first episode is all you need.
All right. Next up, we have Oblivion Battery.
Haruka は勝ち続けなきゃいけない。
I did mention that sports is my least favorite genre.
Oh, I thought Sojo was.
全部忘れろ。
Male Sojo.
大丈夫。
Oh,
心配すんな。お前を一人にはさせない。
That broke my brain.
俺も共犯者になってやるよ。 あり
I think you meant Bishonen.
君誰だっけ
Yep.
いやいやいやありえないよパッと見清峰遥と
Now,
要系に見える
sports
け
was
ど
definitely
ここ
the
野球部ない
lowest.
し彼らは名門私立に特別推薦もらい
Bishonen
まくって
boys
たじゃない
love
か
kind of
I
was
am
like
Orange
the
Kaname
second one I don't
Welcome
really
to
tend to watch.
頭悪くない野球部入ってくれませんか
一番ショート東堂葵様だ。覚えとけこの野郎。
1番セカンド千早俊平です。
こんなすごいメンツが集結してこれって運命だと思うんですよ。
みんなでやると野球も割と楽しいかもね。
俺の球で思い出させてやるよ野球の楽しさ。
I will say nothing about that really caught me.
It's like I'm okay with some sports anime, but baseball's not doing it for me.
Episode 1, shortly after the start, and they declare how good at baseball the two main leads are. One of them comes down with a case of amnesia.
So it's a soap opera?
And then he decides to go to a school that doesn't have any kind of baseball club, and his best friend follows him, even though he has like scholarships to like AAA schools, and they end up starting a new baseball team at this school.
That just feels like bad life choices.
I don't even like I just like sports anime myself most of the time. Ones that get more technical with it, I can very much enjoy. This does have some technical aspects. It does not have a lot. The story does not make a lot of sense. The characters are overtly wacky and goofy to, yeah, that's a thing. Yep. Sure. Okay,
Yeah,
I guess we could do this.
I was able to watch a little bit of like Prince of Tennis, for instance, because they really got into those technical aspects of like how to do like the trick shots and stuff like that, which I found kind of interesting for a bit. But yeah, this doesn't sound like it would catch me at all.
Belfie, any comments?
This is. I just can't get behind this one, even from the trailer.
No, it's and I know there's other there's other decent baseball shows out there. This is going to be in the skip category. I can't find a good redeeming reason to watch this other than it
looked passable visually, I guess.
It's all still shots. There are tons and tons of still shots all over the place.
I guess I also have personal beef with like the amnesia category because it just feels like a cop out.
No, I don't know why. It just he has to be. It's like wait, did he miss a catch and he got beamed in the face and it like knocked his brain loose or like that's the thing. Like the main character can like pitch it's like
one thing they can do is lodge a ball into the dead center of your brain.
Well, it's like I think he can pitch like 80 miles an hour as a high schooler. I think.
Scary.
Which like professional like pro baseball players do 90.
I think if I remember right, some of the pros hit like 110 plus.
Yeah, it's and it's like to a high school kid, holy shit, that's amazing. But it's like getting beamed in that. They don't say that. I don't know why he has amnesia. It never comes up.
Wow. Yeah, that feels very pointless.
That's why I'm throwing this at the skip. It's not as god awful as the other thing, but it's just a nothing burger. It's an absolute like go watch something else.
Can I have a good burger with nothing on it?
I will throw out there as well. baseball is one of the few sports that I actually at least know the rules to and could hypothetically like follow along and understand what's happening. However, baseball is also one of the most ungodly boring things that there is to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And
Hey.
so making a show out of it is already a bad decision.
Hey, there's a
But
reason that
Japan loves baseball.
even in Japan, one of the
Yeah.
most common things you see in every baseball game is everybody's drinking beer. Everybody's a little drunk watching it. But okay, let's move on. Let's keep this train rolling.
All right. Next up, we have Tonbo. This is another one of those last-minute additions to the list. I don't know that this has a Western release or what's going on with it.
Let's see here.
I think there's
The
like
trailer is
6 of
from
these.
It's Anime.
This feels old.
It is brand new.
Apple TV has it.
What the fuck?
No one will ever watch it.
Yeah, it's on Apple TV. It also looks like it's on Prime Video.
なんでこの島に働きに来たの？
Purchase it
常
as
に
like
傷持ってる
Yeah, it's Prime Video.
トンボ
ようこそ
It's
火
just
の島へ。
free with the
トン
subscription.
ボはこの島で
Okay, so it's
た
on
った
Prime.
一人の中学3年生さ。
今日は玉転がしはいかねえのか。
懐かしい MTN3 か。まさかこのクラブだけでゴルフを覚えたのか。
雨降り前のツバメ
Ah!
風のストーンが出てきた。
driver
意外だ
that
って
she's
すごい
using.
ん
I don't know
だ
much
よ。
about golf, but
田
I
舎
know
は
that's
覚
not how
悟して
golf
たけ
works.
ど
It's
灰
like
色の目をしてるよ。
at best a 7
意
iron.
外が今日はワンホールしか遊べなかったけど今度はもっといっぱい遊ぼう。
何もない島に来たと思ったらあんなすげえゴルフコースがあって
Why is it CGI for the ball?
トンボ
Why did you find an amazing golf course in the forest?
この子は一体
Notably, golf courses usually require meticulous maintenance.
Uh-huh.
What?
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry, what?
like one of the few sports I've ever played in my life was golf. And just for the sake of it being golf, I'm going to watch this now.
Yeah, it's not battery. We're gonna throw this in a single episode. Oh, hey,
Yeah,
it's
we'll
the
give
first.
it a single watch.
It's the first on the double line for. Ooh, I should probably bring that back up. But it's the it's the first on the. We have double our line on first episodes. Yeah, if you have Prime or if you're somebody who has forgotten to cancel their Apple subscription from watching Monarch, give it a try.
Yeah.
Yeah, like on the other hand, also, if you're looking for a golf show, there was one that I think probably looked a lot better than this a couple seasons ago.
I believe the Masters is playing soon, so just watch that.
Oh no,
Um,
Yuki's
it's
talking about the one
like-
with the underground death game
Yes,
golf
yes,
matches.
Right, the
Oh,
lesbian
what?
golf. Did you sleep on the lesbian golf anime?
I did. This is the first golf anime I've seen.
Oh boy, yeah.
You know, if you become a regular on this
so-
show, Belfie, you're going to be introduced to a lot of interesting shows.
Fantastic.
So,
Oh,
at
I've seen this one advertised. Okay.
Birdie Wing, and the first thing that comes up is a Reddit post that says "Stop sleeping on the lesbian golf mafia anime."
Okay, golf anime. Yep.
You know what?
We will
it's
try
not on my
it.
required list for this season, but it is now.
I'll leave that up to you.
It is a previous season show, to be fair, but it's definitely.
Well,
a
no,
watch.
I meant Tombo.
Oh, this one, yeah.
And at Tombo, we'll give it a few episodes.
Yeah, we're kicking that over to you. All right. Moving on. What do we got next?
All right. Next up,
Something somebody's actually seen, hopefully.
Please.
Oh, well, actually, this one is one that we've seen. Okay.
俺はあの
Next
日
up is Remonster.
あの時
I've also read the manga.
確かに
This
死ん
one's
だ
all y'all.
What a weird.
誰だこの緑色の小汚い化け物は。俺は一度死に、そしてこの緑色の何の力もないゴブリンの赤ん坊へ転生したのだと。せっかく得た2度目の人生だ。今度こそ力の限り生き抜いてやる。
俺がどれだけ強くなったか試してみたい。
あなた本当にすごいな。かっこよくてそんなに強いだなんて。お待たせやで。うちも負けてられへんわ。コブロー、こんな獲物もくれるようになったよ。
汝平和を欲すれば戦いに備えよ。楽しみだな。どんな味がするのか。な。
Okay, so we'll start by turning it over to Belfie for reaction to the trailer.
Dang, Psy games right there. It looks interesting, honestly. I'm not a fan that it's, another Reborn kind of style thing.
Well, okay, here's the one thing I want, because this is an isekai from a person who lives in a sci-fi futuristic world with superpowers.
Mm-hmm.
Getting killed by his yandere stalker.
Or at least near future.
And then getting reborn in a fantasy world as a monster. A goblin baby.
Where interestingly, like the twist in this one is they keep the superpowers that they had from the old world rather than getting
New
cool
one.
ones.
Huh.
So, the thing that I will note at the start of this one is a content warning. This show does deal with some potentially very triggering themes for people. The main character does eat human beings. There is definitely at least some heavily, not just implied, but confirmed
Assault.
rape and attempted sexual assault that goes on. To its credit, the main character does not participate in these and in fact actively helps prevent them, and it's handled I would say arguably a lot more tastefully than it was in, say, Goblin Slayer, where people were very upset about how that was handled. Not to say anything against the subsection of people who would enjoy that, it just was a problem because it was a mass appeal anime and people got insert author's kink here.
Yeah.
Yep. On a side note, this is also a harem where was it episode 3 where he actually beds them all
Simultaneously, yes.
What?
Oh yeah, and he uses multi-thrust.
I'm sorry, what?
He literally beds multiple women simultaneously and procs his multi-thrust skill.
In what world does multi-thrust need to be a skill?
In this one.
Oh, it's
And they bother to tell you ahead of time that it gives him multiple thrusts for every thrust.
My God.
This is an anime where the main character acquires a skill called libido.
Of course. Why wouldn't he? I'd expect nothing less.
Oh, it's
Not from the wielder of multi-thrust.
Hey, it works well with his enhanced stamina.
Of course he has enhanced stamina.
Uh-huh.
Why wouldn't he?
Hey, it really they all came in real handy when he was trying to appease a dryad.
Oh, yes. Which, yeah, there were some characters pretty upset about that.
Yeah, they got their orgy in the end.
This is true.
The fact that you said orgy in the end and it's already episode 3 has. Okay, the moment I just need like something absolutely batshit wild, I'm watching this.
Yeah,
Got it.
It's definitely great for that.
The one weird deterrent I will say that might throw a lot of people off is the format in which this is produced is a literal day count day to day on what he's doing. And
and do expect a bunch of stat and skill stuff showing up too.
That's fine.
It'll not just like a normal. It's like that's a good part of the plot is him acquiring skills.
Yeah.
And one thing you might have noticed from the trailer, the characters, since they are monsters, they actually evolved. So he starts off as a goblin, and then you see him in his ogre form later on.
Mm.
And several other forms along the way, as well as like the main character is basically a blue mage from the Final Fantasy series.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Specifically from Final Fantasy IX.
Oh, what was eating them part of the mechanics in that one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Gourmand. Yeah. That's okay. Yep.
Oh, I can picture that. Oh my god.
Well, no. Think a squat, blue, fat person dressed like a cook with a giant lick-a-tongue tongue.
Yep, no, I remembered the in-game character.
All right, but Yuki, 2 or 1 episode on this one?
I don't think you get the full experience in episode 1. I think probably 2 episodes.
Yeah.
You'll probably know most of what you're in for in episode 1, but you won't really start to get to the meat of it until episode 2.
Yep. Okay. And with that, we have officially hit the halfway point.
All right. We're making progress.
Yep, but very interesting to watch. One thing I will say that happens later on, it's buyer's spoilers. He actually does have kids.
Oh.
Well, spoilers, but I kind of saw that coming for sure, yeah?
Yeah.
What with the multi-thrust? I mean, okay, this is a show where by episode 2, there are characters like practically beating down the door begging for that in all but the most literal sense.
I think I still just hate that it's called multi-thrust. I hate that that's where I'm caught up on right now, but that's where I'm caught up on right now.
Oh, don't worry. We can get you out of that. Yuki, play the next bit.
All right, next up is Rinkai.
Super multi-thrust.
This is another one of the series that was like...
That's probably why that's so loud on my end. I'm going to switch that. Ah. You saw nothing?
Ignore me.
Yeah, but I was finally realized why the volume on that was so fucking high. I had it set it to 200%.
Oh, that would do it.
What the fuck was this one called again?
Rinkai?
Rinkai.
I think it's this one, the like 3 bike people. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it has bicycles, that's the one.
Oh wait, that's mine. That's there we go. All right. Wait, I want this menu. Yeah. It looks better than Battery, and it's technically a racing one better than the fuck. Yeah. Can we have one episode seem fine for this one, guys?
That's fine.
Probably, yeah. I will say that the CGI didn't look very good at all.
No, but I will have to give it the benefit of the doubt since we haven't watched it. But
yeah,
one episode, I don't want to spend more time on that one. If you could, actually, Belfie, have you found where this one is?
Rinkai?
Yeah.
Let me check.
Quick idea if we can if this is on an easily found one, but just got lost in the shuffle kind of bit.
Interestingly, here it says 2023. Maybe the show got delayed from its original
Possibly.
release or something.
I can't find it normally.
All right, we're just going to be moving on. If you can find it one episode, we three anime nerds could not find it.
Not legally.
Also, I will point out that the trailer even was posted by someone called T-Chan. It's not even from like
Studio.
an official studio outlet, and it has 16 likes.
Ugh.
That's worrying.
Yeah. All right.
All right, next up is Sandland, the series. This one also didn't make it on the list. Notably, this is the last series that Akira Toriyama worked on before his demise.
Fuck you, Disney.
Yeah, this is a Hulu release, and Disney didn't even bother to tweet about it outside of Japan.
これが柴隊長だ。
父さんより強い？
当たり前さ。なんだって。父さんに本当の強さを教えてくれた人だからな。私は近くの町で保安官をしているラオと申す。魔物の方に力をお借りしたいことがある。
俺は悪魔の王子ベルゼブブ。よう言ってみろ。
幻の泉を探し出す旅を手伝ってほしい。
幻の泉？
I will also point out this is also a game, and the show looks exactly like the game does.
How's the story? I've seen the openings of the game, and I've seen the openings of the first episode. Point for point, almost.
Like, I almost think they ripped the graphics straight out of the game and used them to make the show.
悪魔より悪だなんて許されると思うか?
In fact, I don't almost think that. I do think that.
Hey, female Trunks. God damn it, Disney. So yeah, warning note, if you're interested in playing the game, maybe skip the anime. You there, Belfie?
Yep. Sorry. I was like dying.
That's okay.
So I've seen this actually on Hulu. Like it's been on the front banner for the past week or so.
Yeah, that might be my bad since I generally don't. I have Hulu. I don't watch it.
Yeah,
Hulu is,
same. I rarely switch to Hulu unless I have a very specific reason to.
Hulu is my white noise show streaming service.
That's understandable. It does have a lot of the like, just like, kind of
background stuff, but
yeah,
noise TV shows.
This one,
saw it, but I had no personal interest in watching it.
This one does have a bit of baggage both directions with it. This is Akira Toriyama's last series. At the same point, this was also meant to be a game first and a show second. So,
and it definitely shows in the animation. I mean, they did a pretty good job with what they were working with, but I can't quite get past those models and how rough that cel-shaded style looks to me.
Yep. Well, I mean, did you ever get a chance to watch the Dragon Quest movie on Netflix?
No.
It looks like this.
Yeah.
Only less gritty.
Yeah, the grittiness was a weird quality to this too.
There's more I can unpack, but it has to do more with the game side, and I'll leave that for another time on this one. I would have to throw this one in one episode. You can tell right away what you're getting into. You can tell if you want to play the game. I almost want to recommend the game more than I would the show. I would almost say do that, but this is Akira Toriyama's last bit, and it's like...
Instead of like the hate watch, this is like the respect watch.
Exactly.
Yeah, kind of, honestly.
pretty much is really where that falls. And to be fair, also, I think the game he probably had just as much involvement in as he did the show. But there's something more noteworthy about the show involvement, given his legacy, than there is the game involvement, I think.
I could be if he I can understand, like, for the especially the Western audience who are just more familiar with the Dragon Ball franchise, but forgetting the influence Toriyama had on the video game genre itself.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon Quest definitely had its own impact, for sure.
Dragon Quest, Chrono Trigger, Toriyama has
right. I tend to forget about Chrono Trigger because I fall into the really weird and specific camp of people that is almost non-existent of I played Chrono Cross but not Chrono Trigger.
The game makes about as much sense either way. But it's like Toriyama's influence is just as strong in video games. Like, he is a mass influence person, and it's like you just kind of have to roll with that both sides. So this being a game anime is kind of perfect. It really just comes down to what your preferred type of media is. I'm a gamer. I know Yuki's a gamer. Kind of on your shirt at the moment. Belfie, what do you think? Would this be a thing where you'd prefer the game or would watch the show, you think?
I would probably watch the show first, just with me, and then if I liked the show, I'd probably go and get the game and play it.
Yeah. But
yeah, I think there's something to be said for the fact that the show is going to probably be more accessible in terms of time investment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to get into the game side of it if I stick on here too long. Let's move on, please.
All right. Next up, we have Shinkalion Change the World, or Shinkalion? Not sure the pronunciation there.
Is this another one we missed, or is this one of the ones that kicked the Belfie?
This wasn't me. Oh, this is the Shinkatsu one.
So is this one of the ones? This is one of the ones I missed, then, isn't it?
I believe this was one of the ones that wasn't on the list. Yeah.
私イナさんに憧れてて勝手に出てくるなよいいじゃない退屈なんだもん
大勢を連れて3人でエルダの地下ホームに来てくれ
アンローンって聞いたことあるでしょ
都市伝説のネットで騒がれてたろ謎の巨大怪物
アンローンに対抗するために組織されたのが超進化鉄道開発機構通称エルダ
そこで開発されたのがシンカリオン大勢乗ってくれないか
何かを守れる人にかっこいい人になりなさい
姉ちゃん僕はリョウタ茜いける
Okay, this is kind of how Gridman is its own universe. Shinkalion's its own universe.
Okay,
this is like the current iteration of it.
Okay, but like, what streaming service could it be found on?
Did I even have a picture for this one on here? Did you post one for that, Yuki?
I'm pretty sure I did, yeah.
I
was fairly certain that everything that I added to the list, I also posted a.
Oh, this is I thought. Oh, okay, so the bike
is.
one is what I accidentally posted up earlier. That's
notably.
It's not on any of the accessible ones.
Okay. The trailer came from Amigos anime, which I've never heard of. So I can't say I'm super surprised that this might, between that and the fact that I wasn't able to find it on any of the streaming services, that this may have flown under the radar and maybe not gotten picked up.
okay. So yeah, I accidentally misplaced the bike anime. I'm apparently missing that one. One episode, I might look a little bit more into this one just because I'm a mecha junkie and yeah, but not in America, not too much things. Yeah, this one's kind of sitting in episode 1 behind Sandland on my chart here.
All right.
Yeah, next. That's something we could actually find. How about you just have to...
Spice and Wolf. Merchant meets the Wise Wolf. I'll quick note on this one. I was originally under the impression this was going to be a sequel, like in a new season of Spice and Wolf.
Yeah, you and a lot of people.
Yeah, it seems to have turned out to actually be a reboot.
Pause it real quick. Belfie, are you familiar with Spice and Wolf?
Not at all. I know nothing about the series.
Ooh.
Okay, Belfie, please, before anything else, you're gonna have to go back and watch the original Spice and Wolf. It is one of the must-watch all-time anime.
Well, let's see what this does to start with. But all right.
It is added to the watch list.
This is immediately worse than the original, which explains the weirdly low rating that I saw for this. Also, Horo or Holo, depending on your pronunciation, is one of the all-time top-tier waifus. Anyone who thinks otherwise can fight me.
You and like half the internet.
いいだろう。これも何かの縁だ。ちょっと待て。またかよ。
Yeah.
Belfie impression.
It looks like something I would watch normally.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. This is a very... All right.
Doing what I was just now told of watch the original, I'm going to just binge the original probably in like the next week or so.
Please absolutely do.
Yeah.
You will not regret it.
Was this... You said it was just a reboot, essentially?
The original series had to be put on near indefinite hiatus because they weren't going to go original anime only ending or filler arc. They were waiting for the... Is it manga or novel series in this one? I always forget.
I think this one was a manga, but I'm not 100% sure. The manga could have been an adaptation of the anime.
But no, it might be manga first then. But they were waiting for that to finish, and it's... I don't think it was like quite like recent, but not too long ago. It's finally finished, and instead of just continuing it, they decided to do a hard reboot because there are a lot of anime fans nowadays who just have never heard of it before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I will say immediately, I didn't watch any of this yet because I thought it was going to be a sequel up until a few hours ago, and I was anticipating watching it with a family member who watched the original with me, and I expected would want to continue watching it, and not have me have seen episodes first.
Yeah.
But also the fact that if it was indeed a sequel, then it wouldn't be discussed on here, and thus I would be probably prioritizing new series.
Mm-hmm.
Everything about that trailer, while not egregiously bad, I feel like was notably worse than the original anime that came out something like 13 years ago. And it had in the 1 minute of airtime one of my biggest pet peeves in modern anime, which is a freaking CGI horse that looks like garbage.
Yeah, I'll give you that. All right, I've seen the original, I've read the manga, I've watched this. I did not have too much of a problem with it. I also distinctly remember the first couple episodes and the first couple chapters are a little rough around the edges. because you're being introduced to Hollow. I forget what the merchant's name was actually. What the hell is his name?
I'm actually drawing a blank on his name too. I feel like it was like a type of metal or something like that.
But this is almost slice of life medieval show.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, it's very notable because it really goes into a lot of detail on the merchant aspect of it. In a way that would have been true to like real world medieval society. So again, one of those like technical shows that's executing well on the technical descriptions and really bringing you into the world with that.
With magical white wolf waifu along for the ride.
Yes, not just along for the ride, but an active participant who, frankly, is almost better at the merchant thing than the actual merchant is.
A little bit of mystic powers coming into play with that, though.
Well, I mean, mostly it was just wolf senses, but yeah. In any case, I feel like also the preview for this, even Hollow's personality felt a little bit neutered compared to the original.
The trailer does not do it justice. Like I said, I've watched episode 1.
I honestly hope that's the case.
She is as snarky as she always is.
Okay. Yeah, because it kind of felt like they were reducing her character substance.
Yeah, that felt very waifu-esque in the classical sense, and not the
Yeah, because like what really made her an excellent waifu, it wasn't even the character design. It was just how strong of a character she was, and how powerful of a female lead she was, especially at a time in anime where that was extremely rare, and it was very uncommon to have a female lead, much less one that was like really fleshed out and really stood up or even overshadowed the male lead.
This one a style we hadn't seen in a long time in anime at that point, but I would definitely say this is I would say 3. Spice's Wife is another slow burn show. Episode 1 doesn't give you a quite enough feel. 2 and 3 start giving you a lot more feel for what Hollow's like, for what the world's like, and what you're going to be experiencing. Episode 1 only just kind of shows up the introductions.
Yeah, if it follows anything true to the form of the original, I would say that's probably pretty accurate.
You know, it's how for true it's been, how everything's been going. I'm just gonna bump this up to a must watch.
Yeah, I would say honestly, probably the original is more of a must watch than this one is. But if you can't be bothered to watch the original, at least watch the remake.
Is the original widescreen even?
It is. Yeah, it was very early in the days of like HD, but they did make it widescreen format despite that, if I remember correctly.
Yep, but nope. Spice Swamp is going to be up the top here, with Kaiju number 8 in Bartender. But okay, let's, because I get the distinct feeling both you and me can go into too much detail on this show.
Oh, for sure. So next up is Studio Apartment, Good Lighting, Angel Included.
This is a Belfie one.
This is mine, yeah.
Also mine.
とってもドキドキします。でもそれ以上に
何誰嘘泥棒コスプレ家出少女やばいやばいやばい情報が多い
おはようございます。私トワと申します。何かしてほしいことはありませんか？遠慮しないでおっしゃってください。
ちょっと待って距離感 俺慎太郎
So that means we'll be
徳
starting
光
with
慎太郎
your impressions,
マンションで
Agent.
一人暮らしまあ、あんまり
Yeah.
気にしないで普通だから人に作ってもらった飯すごい久しぶりに食べた気がする本当に行くところがないならうちにいれば
徳光と秘密を持つのだいぶ嬉しいかも。私と友達になってくれる？我が名は吸血鬼リリーシュカ。男の子と話すの慣れてなくて。
トワちゃんと暮らし始めて変わったことがたくさんあるでも一番はただいまトワちゃん
おかえりなさい慎太郎様。
Okay, so I've watched the trailer. I have caught a chunk of episode 1. This is where I was desperately poking someone else to come in and take anime for us at this point.
I mean, really? Because this one is definitely up my alley.
This one's actually fantastic.
I can understand. I do. I felt like that's part of the reason I do it. This felt like a good show. This didn't feel like, oh, this is just, oh, another slice of lifey rom-commy feel good, or that it's this. I couldn't quite tell. This felt like it had some good meat on its bones to me, and I am not the person to watch this kind of show. This is this is a. I generally don't like healing. I don't like rom-coms. I don't like slice of life, and I don't like modern day settings. This is a helping of stuff I generally don't like, with nothing to aggressively pull me into it.
Totally fair. So first off for this show, content warning, definitely very heavy on fan service.
Yes.
There's no like full frontal kind of nudity, but you're definitely gonna
Oh.
see like a lot of
I mean,
a lot of
episode
back
2
scenes and
starts
stuff
off
like that.
pretty full frontal.
Well, okay, but when I should clarify. When I use the term full frontal, I'm talking about like actual nipples being shown.
Sure
and
doesn't have
things
that kind of budget.
nature. Like, yeah, there's no actual genitalia technically on display. It's one
It's
of
no
those
game,
kind
no
of
life,
shows.
perfect nudity.
Yeah. And
Ugh.
thank you, Mr. Steam. So it's definitely that kind of show. I'm gonna say, contrary to your expectation, Agent, there's not a lot of meat on this show, but that doesn't take away from the fact that it is thoroughly enjoyable.
It's just shenanigans. It's straight up just supernatural shenanigans in the cutest way.
Yeah, it's adorable supernatural harem shenanigans.
Yep. Okay, where would you guys like to put this? Is this that you need to watch 1 episode, 2 episodes, 3 episodes?
You probably mostly know what you're getting into on episode
Episode
1,
1,
but
yeah.
you don't really get the full suite of characters. I mean, even in episode 5, we haven't gotten the full suite of characters yet. But you don't
This is
even
on
get
episode
the core
5?
trio. Yeah,
Yeah.
you don't even get the core like love triangle until episode 2 or 3.
God, this show's only just dropped episode 3 today.
Yeah, it would a testament to how weird the release schedule has been, and why we have to do this like so deep into the season now, with everything dropping at disparate times.
On the bright side, it does give us a break in between the what to watch and tier list of what was best.
Oh yeah.
Okay, but another for the 1. Let's see what do we got next.
Next up, Tadaima Okairi.
ガチどうぞひなちゃん
お前ほんと変わったな。
なぜお前はこの尊さがわからんのか。
仕事しろっつってんの。俺なんかと一緒にいて楽しいの。松さんと俺の中って何なんだろう。
だからゆうきくんにも来てほしかった大切な友人紹介したいからね。
生きる世界が違うのだ。
アルファ
Oh, that was actually part of the fucking plot?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
ヒロさんとオメガの俺偏見も
uh-huh.
俺とマサキにしかわから
I would say it's the core of the plot, really.
This show introduced me to the Omegaverse. I had no idea what it was before.
Oh, okay, so that's confirmation that that really is like a whole genre for me, because I had seen a manga that.
Okay,
used these
we will get out of the trailer, then I will,
Yeah.
I'm the opener, I will get into that.
お互いを愛しに行くと誓いますか？はい、誓います。もちろん、光も日向も一緒にね。テレビアニメ、ただいまお帰り。
Okay, so yeah, by this time Belfie had agreed to start watching it, and I kicked this straight to you. But yeah, would you you brought over the Omegaverse, not to be confused with the Alpha Omega CGI Wolf show, technically. But I honestly I think that might have helped spark it though. So this show is based on a I don't want to say trope or writing style, but dear God, does fan fiction love to use this fucking shit. If you're familiar with the site A3 is its shorthand, this is a fucking category in that site. So if you're familiar with the Alpha Omega CGI show, yeah, pack mentality, Alpha Omega, and same gender relationships that can produce offspring, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a science chart behind it, and it's yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's I think at this point I all right, you two start talking about the show, or I'm going to get into weird fanficky stuff.
So, I think I'll take the next section since I've probably watched the second least of the show, but I
Okay.
do have a lot to say about it. I only watched episode 1. As noted before in the preview, I noticed the Alpha Omega thing, and I noticed also that it was present in like a random manga that a friend of mine lent me. And I started to speculate that this was probably like a major trope or something that shows up a lot, but I didn't have confirmation until now. I will say that it seems to be used as like a stand-in for like prejudice and bias of other types, while allowing for there to be like a much more positive representation of same-sex relationships within the world. So like this is a setting where same-sex relationships are extremely commonplace to the point where nobody nobody even mentions it, like it's just completely expected. But it is taboo enough that a alpha and an omega would hook up that it is like the office gossip that people are worried that they'll get in trouble with HR over. So that's a little bit of background for anyone who, like me, is not familiar with this type of show. I do enjoy how positive it is about same-sex relationships, and it's very sweet and cute to see that portrayed in a way that feels much more like natural and not just like I won't say it's not sexualized at all, because there certainly is like implied sex between the characters, but the way that it's done is not for the viewer's benefit in terms of being sexualized for their enjoyment in like a fan servicey kind of way. it's more that it's just like a natural part of their life and their relationship.
People screw,
and
especially when they're in
yeah.
relationships.
Babies come from somewhere, even if that is in this universe, same-sex relationship sex. And like there's a real wholesomeness to the family unit, and it's very cute to watch these two parents just interacting with their child and raising it, and being dads that are just enthralled with every cute little thing that their child does. But that said, beyond that, this is not really something I can really relate to or sink my teeth into. It's just not really like my genre, and I wasn't super convinced that the cute aspect of the baby would be enough to carry the show, especially because babies don't have particular appeal for me either. I'm more a small fuzzy animal kind of cat girl.
Ugh.
This show is sickeningly sweet. Like,
Oh yeah, very
I'm pretty
saccharine.
sure I've gotten a couple cavities from watching this.
Oh yeah, I felt that way even just in episode 1.
It is so cute. Oh my god. This was one I wasn't expecting to watch until it was thrown at me, and I'm watching this one to the end. It is.
Well, we're relying on you for the rating.
Yes.
I will be incredibly biased.
That's fine.
That's part of our rating system.
Family. I mean, that's shit.
That is
Like,
legitimately
slice of
part
life
of my
is
rating system. So
No, it introduced me to a genre that I wasn't even aware existed.
I'll send you the link to the site afterwards if
It
both of
was
you want it.
slightly horrifying to read upon, but I think kinda
Yeah.
you touched on, it was a great stand-in for other type of prejudices, and they presented it well and have been handling it well into episode. I'm not sure if we have 4 yet.
That's good to hear. That was actually a concern I had as well.
No,
'cause
it's
always a dice roll.
Yeah.
they've been tackling it very well. It's incredibly well handled.
Yeah, you can't Google search any of that stuff. Even with safe search on, it won't protect you.
But yeah, this is one you will know what you're getting into episode 1,
All
whether
right.
you want to or not. But
All right, so we can put this in the solid episode 1 again.
yeah.
All right.
But if you make it past episode 1, you're probably just going to be on it for the entire time.
Okay.
It's good.
Let's
right.
see what else we got here.
Next up, we have the banished former hero lives as he pleases, which I will quick note. I originally legitimately thought that this was just like another season of a previous show. Because so many of them have such a similar title to this now.
Oh, yeah,
さて、随分と偉そうなことを言ってたけど、もちろん君は異性だけじゃないわけだよね。能力主義だろ主義だろクラシークラシー感触だらないじゃん。だとしたらやっぱり僕が止めなきゃいけないよね。
誰かを犠牲にして成り立つ国というのは間違っていると思いますから。何のために転生したんだか。しょうがねえやつです。やっぱり私の目に狂いはなかったよね。これは報告するべき。お逃げください、リーズ様。
お前ただもんじゃないだろ。
力なんて大体初めから決まってそれが才能わかる平凡力なんて大体初めから決まってそれが才能神の加護と干渉ね能力主義だろ主義だろクラシークラシーガッと立ってない愛もなんもないクラシー強者の孤独とクラシークラシー貴様は 自分で呼んだんじゃないか。出来損ないってね。
No after credits thing on that one.
I don't think so. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be.
All right, Belfie, go. Then I'm going to unleash on this one because I don't. Yuki, did you watch any of this?
Oh, I'm all caught up on this one.
All right, Belfie.
I can just hear from that. I mean, to be fair, I zoned out middle of that trailer, if that says anything to it. So I think that's the best I can give it. Is I zoned out in the trailer.
Yep. Okay. So for another reference, Yuki, would you like to take a wild guess on what the Crunchyroll rating for this one is?
Oh, I'm gonna say it's maybe like, I mean, the fact that you're asking this tells me that it's probably even lower, but maybe like a 4.3.
3.7.
Wow, it fell below the 4 mark. Yep. I had a feeling that was the case when you asked that question, but...
Yep. Okay, so this is another fantasy character, main hero, gets isekai'd into another fantasy world.
Yeah, I won't claim that there's anything redeeming about this show. It's definitely like isekai trash gobbling garbage, but
It does not. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to go off of this. The main premise is the previous hero hated how being a hero isolated him from everything he did. So in this life, he has done everything he possibly can to leave a normal baseline life, to the point where his own noble family disowns him for how utterly unremarkable he is. This is the first 2 minutes. 3 minutes pass, and he activates all of his old hero powers to save a princess saintess from attacking monsters, and now escorts her throughout the realm.
oh, don't forget, she's also coincidentally his ex-fiance.
This is the first 5 fucking minutes of this anime. This is a...
And the person that he saved them from, it later turns out, spoiler warning, is his own younger brother. Because they were trying to be assassinated as part of his father's plot to take over the kingdom.
We think, or maybe the world. I don't... This is...
At least the kingdom.
Yeah, at least it's... They took a list of tropes from isekai, put them in a fishbowl, then pulled them out one by one to write this fucking story.
Yeah, there's not a lot to be said here for the visual quality either.
It's not awful, but
it's not awful, but it's not good by any means.
At least if it was mildly bad in places, I'd have things to come. But it's like, it's in that so unremarkable, it becomes bad.
It's incredibly milquetoast. Yeah.
No, I was just kind of going. I'm trying to think of more things to say.
Oh, so there's definitely a lot happening in this show, but it all feels very kind of disconnected. And like there's this whole plot going on, but like so much of it comes back to his little brother's weird inferiority complex.
Why he has it? Because
over nothing.
Well, it's like his brother doesn't know he's a bad. His brother literally thinks he's a fucking worthless piece of trash. It's like, why the fuck do you have a complex about this? It's like you should be like angry at him or like disappointed. It's like, no, it's like, I have to prove I'm better than this nobody. It's like, what?
Yeah.
What?
Then this person who is being kicked out of the household because they were detected to have no special powers about them whatsoever.
It's a little piece of me was going to say, it's a one episode. You can tell right off the bat what this is. Like first 10 minutes, you know what the whole story is going to be like. But it's, especially in this season that's so fucking loaded. This is going in the skip.
Like, okay, for me, it occupies the niche of like low effort viewing where I can follow the show without even looking at it, even though I'm watching it in Japanese.
You glance over, you take a look, it's like, oh yeah, they're doing that now. Oh yeah, they're doing that now. It's like there's nothing. This is a nothing. This is another nothing burger. This is
it's a background noise anime.
okay, but let's keep going on.
Yeah.
Let's keep
Moving
on
right
keeping.
We have The Fable. This is another one that didn't make the list, and I don't know where this is available.
I don't know that studio. What the fuck?
Oh, Kodansha? They've been around forever. They're like I remember them publishing stuff like late 80s, early 90s even.
I haven't heard from them in a minute then.
It's a new logo that they're using though, for sure.
Hulu for this one.
Hulu? Okay, that
Yes.
makes a lot of sense. The trailer is from Anime Select.
この6年で
Oh, good. It's
71
not in
人やっ
English
てる
either.
特に今年は多かった
で次はいつ頃
Now, this one might actually be the kind of show that
しばら
lands
く
for
は
you
仕
though,
事は
AJ.
取らん今年はやりすぎた
I'm mostly mad that it was because this very much does look like it's up my alley. It's just I hate how Hulu is the graveyard of anime.
Yeah, that's understandable.
私はこの1年恋をするの。イケメンの彼氏作るからさ、殺さないでね。いける？ハンカチ使う？
Thank you for clarifying that it's a handkerchief and not panties.
Did she say skull too? What?
Okay.
I gleaned nothing from this trailer.
What?
Ushio and Tora? What?
Is this still the same?
It's still the same trailer.
What?
I don't know why Ushio and Tora is. I mean, I guess because Kodansha did Ushio and Tora?
What?
That was the trailer. I don't know.
You have to watch an episode just to see what the heck it's about anyway.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna put this at a solid 1. This looked like I saw the picture of this and I was like, oh, this looks like a dark assassin show. Like
Yeah, it is a Hitman based show.
yeah, it looks cool, and they're gonna add furry cat boys in there. Okay, it's
I honestly think that was completely separate and just like part of their branding, but I can't say for certain because Ushio that was definitely Ushio and Tora, which is
yeah, I've seen that around
a very
before.
old show that also had a remake in I don't know, probably 8 years ago now.
I heard that wasn't very good, but
Yeah,
okay.
I would say the remake looked significantly worse than the original. The Grim Variations. This also wasn't on the list, and apparently is a Netflix drop.
All right, yeah,
May or
let's
may not be out yet. I don't know.
もしメルヘンがメルヘンじゃなかったら、シンデレラや赤ずきんがいい子じゃなかったら、そういうお話が聞きたいわ。
Maybe I should start this over. That seemed
メルヘンがメル
important.
ヘンじゃなかったら、シンデレラや赤ずきんがいい子じゃなかったら、そういうお話が聞きたいわ。皆さんの妹になるキヨコですわ。
私たち家族じゃなかったのかい。
家族ですわ。
僕らは本物と偽物が曖昧な世界に生
This
き
is
て
getting weird
狼
fast.
ってのは貪欲なもんだ。
赤ずきんを紹介してほしい。
狼だけが狩りをすると思って。
建物？行ってみましょう。
美味しいかい？
ヘンゼル、それ以上言ってはいけません。
世界の果てを確かめるだけで簡単さ。
それは
Wait,
奇妙
what?
な経験だった。
Well, each episode is a different fairy.
Yeah, what was this one? The elf and the what?
The shoemaker.
Shoemaker.
Oh, right. The co-
受け入れるしかない。
what was this one?
The two musicians of Vernon, Brennan.
I don't know this one.
This looks like each episode is animated by a different team, too.
I'm highly interested.
私は彼女。
This looks cool.
世の中には裏側もあるんですよ。
Damn!
My interest.
Oh, did that say clamp?
It said clamp, yeah.
What? Oh, it is. You are right. Because that was Wit there too.
Yeah, I think each episode is a different production company.
Oh, that's cool.
So I think Netflix is doing this like Love, Death, and Robots style.
Mm-hmm.
Episode 1's out at least, so
Yeah, very.
Okay, yeah, I'm actually, I want to watch that actually. Yeah, I'm in that boat.
Really good.
We will try to come back to that. We will try to give it a full rating at the end of the season, but for now, it's a yeah. Let's go check that out.
That's going to be a tricky one to rate because you almost need to rate every episode independently.
I like to do those as a collection of high notes, low notes, bits, a little bit more discussions involved, but we will see where it lands at the time. Although, with how this is going in what our last fucking review, we might have to do a 2-part episode on that one.
All the episodes are out already.
Oh, so it was a mass drop. Okay, then I will go check that out eventually.
Yeah, they're all out.
But yep, nope. Grim Variation is up in 1 episode.
Next up, the many sides of voice actor radio.
Yep, this is a Belfie.
I've been keeping up with this one as well.
これが私の表の顔。皆さんこんにちは。ありがとうございます。ふっとうしいのよ。なんなのあのネクラ女。夕暮れ夕日です。よろしくお願いします。なんであんたがここにいんの？これはこっちのセリフよ。はあ。夕日と休みの高校生ラジオ。もうやっちゃったら運命の相手って感じ。運命だよね。声優としてなら私の方が先輩だから。あなたのそういうところ本当に嫌い。
Okay, well, as the one who's probably watched the least of this, why don't you take the reins, Agent?
I will say that what I liked about the trailer is if this can go into the technical side of voice acting and how the person behind the camera and the persona they put forward can be vastly different than they actually are. I could see this being interesting. This looks like a two opposites attract Yuri love story, though, to me.
It is highly sapphic, for sure. It definitely touches on what you were talking about a little bit, but not in the highly technical sense, so much as like the impact on the person and individual sense.
Belfie?
This one, it's definitely one of the more hyped ones of the season, and I think most people would be hooked after episode 1. But yeah, it's not super technical by any means, and
It has very strong character designs, but not necessarily the greatest visuals ever.
I feel like just with where we're at, there's not really a cohesive. I hesitate to say cohesive story because it just feels like it's a bunch of snippets from looking at someone's life.
I don't know. I feel like there's definitely some progression going on, but I think it's secretly centered on the like vague lesbian romance that's developing between the two main characters.
Yep. So I'm guessing it's a one episode because you can get a good feel for it right off the bat. Ooh, I need to put that back up.
Yeah, you'll probably get hooked either immediately or not at all.
Yeah, that's fair. You won't really get into a lot of the plot, I feel like, until episode 2, but you don't really need to be able to judge whether this is going to be a show you'll like or not. Actually,
The two interact enough in episode 1 to give you the feel for how the like feuding will be between them.
well, yeah, but I feel like the feuding isn't really the point of the show. Like,
All right, this is going down. This is going over to an episode 2.
yeah, because I don't think you really start to get any of the like the friendship or romance interactions between them until late episode 2, early episode 3.
Yeah.
And I think that's the actual core of the show, from what I can tell.
Okay,
I
then.
will say this has definitely been like major sapphic romance bait for the internet. So if that's your thing, then this show will deliver. If you like to see two girls in the bath feeling each other up consensually,
There is quite the lengthy scene on that.
Ooh.
yes, there is.
Send me the episode and the timestamp, please.
Episode 3.
Episode 3, probably about 3/4 of the way through.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
You can just skim through the episode and you'll find it, no problem.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's that lengthy for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not missing it, even if you blink or like leave the room for water or something. It'll still be going on.
Don't worry. Someone will definitely break it and come into your room at that point in time.
Oh,
for
absolutely.
All
Plenty
right.
of time for that to happen.
Uh-huh.
All
All
right.
right, next up, The New Gate.
Another manga I've read.
The New Gate はデスゲー
Ooh,
ム
Death Game.
ゲーム上の死が
Well,
現実の死に変わり
Oh, that type of...
的なデスゲームを終わらせるために俺は戦い続け
I'm going to wait for the stop. Then I'll.
The New Gate
For those who don't know, Shin means death,
ゲー
so
ム
the
の
main
世
character is
界
named Death.
なのかこの世界はゲームから500年後の世界ゲームが現実になった世界か楽しくなってきたなザ・ニューゲート2024年4月放送スタート
I got so excited seeing Death Game, and then it's just Sao and Overlord and the same
Yeah,
story we've seen so many times.
Yeah, so it starts out in episode 1 as like we have Kirito at home SAO as a plot, but it resolves all of SAO in the first episode and then moves on to it being an isekai.
Oh my... Wait, so it's just Log Horizon?
No, it's not.
Well, it's Sword Art that turns into Log Horizon.
No, it's not even that, because Log Horizon technically
Yeah,
also takes place within the space of the game. This is SAO finishes the game, everybody else leaves, and then the character gets isekai'd into the actual game world 500 years in the future of the game's plot.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird isekai variants this season, and Truck-kun nowhere to be seen.
Interestingly, yeah, Truck-kun taking a break this season, but
Bring Truck-kun back.
Ugh.
Unionize for Truck-kun.
Oh.
So honestly, this is not a good series. This is definitely isekai trash series. I have been keeping up with it. I can't particularly recommend it.
It's at least it's keeping itself interesting with its characters. There's nothing that just I look at it and it's like, what the fuck is this shit? Nothing in this has pissed me off like the other shows.
Yeah, it's not egregiously bad. It's just not particularly good either.
It's a nice munchy isekai burger that doesn't do anything.
I feel like it's isekai fries, like that have been maybe given some weird spice on them.
Yeah, I will say that. Episode 1 tells you everything you need to know on this one. This isn't necessarily a skip like the previous show because there's nothing that's outrageously bland, or boring. This is just
it's a show.
Yeah, it's a show that doesn't do anything horrible, but doesn't do anything to really stand out from the crowd. It just does a good job of being itself.
Okay.
Alright, next up we have Tonari no Yokai-san.
Oh, right, this one. This honestly is probably another one for Belfie.
猫股だ。なんで隠れてるの？僕が恥ずかしがり屋だからです。喋った。
ここはとある山あいの風がよく吹く町。こんちは、ジロー。回覧板です。
ムーちゃん。
Did you catch any of this one, Eiji?
I've watched the first 2 episodes, I think.
Okay, you've actually watched more than I have then.
猫股といえば変化が基本だと聞いて。
変化。
猫股に転生してお祝いもしてもらえて嬉しいです。
結界が緩んで
なぜか胸騒ぎがする。
大丈夫。
みんな平和に元気で暮らせますように。神様、どうか見守っていてください。
Okay. So I guess I'll take the lead on this one, given that I've seen the least.
Oh, Belfie, have you?
I haven't seen this at all.
Yeah, what I meant is Belfie might like this one, not.
Oh, okay.
Wait, no, this wasn't one of mine. This looks very feel good.
You would think that.
Am I gonna be depressed?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing I will say about this show is do not watch this if you are in a bad or unstable emotional state.
Okay, I can't watch this show.
Or if you have any potential triggers around dealing with loss, because it is a abundant theme even in episode 1, and I will tell you it destroyed me emotionally halfway through the first episode and threatened to do so again by the end.
All right, you guys got this one then.
Yeah, this is this feels like the heavy parts of a Studio Ghibli world done as a TV show.
Yeah, and notably, you can feel the difference in budget. They do an excellent job with the backgrounds, but you can tell that they just don't have the funding to give it that level of Studio Ghibli polish.
Yeah.
Not for any lack of effort.
But if you could take being I don't want to just say sad, but if you could take a lot of heavy emotions, this is a very good and well done show. If you can't take a lot of heavy emotions, do not watch this show. Yeah?
Yeah, that sounds accurate.
Well, I had sound clip played and I was like, what? Hello Ice. This show is, I really don't want to spoil anything because if you watch this is a very much reliant on how it hits you.
Yeah.
But where the heck did I? There it is. This is a 1 episode. Good, but be warned coming into it. Kind of bit.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, we're rounding out towards the end, guys. Hold on a little longer.
Alright, next up we have Token Ranbu Kai Kyorin Myuru Hanjo, or sorry, Hanoji trailer.
What?
This trailer is posted by My Anime List. I think this was another one of those last-minute ads. I don't even remember what this show is.
It's the Legendary Sword Boys.
I saw 1 episode of this earlier today.
Yeah, this
I'm like 99% sure this is a gacha game.
It is.
Yeah.
出陣がないときはこの本丸で過ごすことになる。
俺は不動行光、織田信長公のところにあった刀だ。
知らんな、信長など。同じ主のもとにあったのに、随分と違うものですね。お前があの日の夢を見るのは何か原因があるのかもな。
敵は本能寺にあり。
かの歴史に名高き大謀反、本能寺の変。
織田信長はここで死ぬ。その歴史を守らなければならない。
なんで俺たちは歴史を守らなくちゃいけないんだ。俺はあの人が好きなんだ。
結局裏切られてああなったではないか。
織田にあった刀たちも戦いの中で道筋を見つけるしかない。
お前の背中ぐらいは俺たちが守ってやるさ。道は切り開く。
お前は刀剣男子だ。ならば歴史を守るために戦う。
こんな歴史丸ごと俺が消してやる。
And weirdly has a Nitro Plus. Oh, apparently I didn't have the clip showing on my stream. Oops, sorry everybody.
Oh. Nope. Oh, I already put this on here? What the did I think that was on episode 3? Yeah. Alright, apparently I put this on at the wrong spot, so I'll put that back down.
So, Agent, did you get a chance to watch any of this one at all?
I tried watching episode 1. I finished it, and this is so boring.
Yeah, it didn't go anywhere, and the CG animation was unforgivably bad.
Oh my god, it's
For a show that's supposed to be about fighting monsters, they showed a little bit of it at the beginning.
Oh, wait, this was
and it was
that was supposed to be.
It looked awful, and then it just turned into like these vague yaoi tension themes, sort of, kind of.
It's Token Ranbu in a nutshell.
Yeah, it's
And also, don't forget, we have to very carefully introduce the way that the summoning mechanic works in our mobile gacha game.
Belfie, any opinions you want to give on the trailer on this one? Because
Not really. Token Ranbu's one, I'm actually amazed is still kind of going.
Yuki, do you want to say episode 1, or would you say this is a skip?
I would say this is a hard skip. There's nothing redeeming about this.
I was bored.
It's one of those of like, if you're a Token Ranbu fan already, you're gonna be watching it. If you're not, you have no reason to watch this.
I'm putting this on here twice because I accidentally re-edited the image. It's
it's that bad.
It's a double skip.
It's not the worst thing on the skip list, but yeah, don't die over there.
Yeah, choking.
Okay, Yuki. Let's.
I think I inhaled some cat fur. All right. Next up, we have Train to the End of the World.
Oh. Yeah.
ちょっと行ってくる。どこへ？池袋。
This trailer brought to us by Anime Vegito.
電車で GO だっけ？それ的なやつやったことあるし。
Oh.
するね。
again, for some reason, there wasn't an official trailer, even though this says it's the official trailer.
I think this is on Crunchyroll too.
It is.
Yeah.
しずるちゃん
Why didn't they
よ
do
うか
it?
ちゃんはなんで池袋に行ったの
Excellent question.
わかんないしずるちゃんは線路外れたんじゃない跡が消えたり巻かれたり道路は線路より危険だよでもまあよかったじゃん進むしかなくなって本当に池袋に行くの行くでしょ行くしかないししずるちゃんは
何度気づき間違って失敗して優しさ
Is that music a part of this?
I know, it doesn't feel like it is, but it is.
じゃなきゃ困るじゃんせっかくようかちゃん迎えに行くのに私は世界が元に戻らないよりしずるちゃんとようかちゃんが戻らない方が嫌だよ
That's exactly the feeling you get watching this show.
言ってようかに会うここってこんなだったっけ
Thank you, Anime Vegito.
Okay, that was an exceptionally bad trailer.
Yeah, honestly, the show is a lot better than the trailer makes it out to be.
Yeah, Belfie, would you like to take a wild guess on what this is about or what it's like?
So I've read the synopsis on this one.
Ah, okay.
That's about as far as I've gotten.
Go ahead.
It's not something I would watch off of just reading the synopsis. Hearing Yuki say it's better than this gives it credit for gives me hope.
All right, first off, remember the dangers of 7G phone signals, people.
Oh, yes.
When your friend causes the end of the world.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say the end of the world. It's more like Weird Mageddon, if you've ever seen Gravity Falls.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has very, like, if Fooly Cooley went post-apocalyptic kind of feels.
Oh, God.
Yuki, how far have you gotten into this one?
I only watched episode 1 so far.
Okay, so you haven't made it to the village of the parasitic mushroom people yet.
No, I can't say I have. They only just got on the train.
The who?
Yeah.
How badly did 7G screw up the world?
Well, it plugs right into your brain.
Yeah, and it made everyone in the starting village that we're introduced to turn into animals once they hit a certain age, which I think was roughly 21 or 22, something like that.
21 and 3 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that happens no matter where you go, so it's not like it's just like if you're in the village at the time, it's like you can't escape it, you're gonna turn into an animal. And beyond that, you don't really get to find out much in episode 1 other than what you see of the events as they unfold, which is like some serious acid trip BS going on.
Oh, yes, it is.
Like the kind of thing you would expect to see in like Wizards or heavy metal.
Oh.
Yeah.
The American shows are the British shows. For any of the audience there, those are old school 70s animation
that are definitely heavily drug fueled.
Yeah, episode 1 definitely gives you a lot of that. Episode 2, it starts exploring the world and how fucked it is.
Yeah.
Which
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, which geography doesn't work the right way anymore.
Yeah, I did remember them mentioning something about that in episode 1. And it has kind of vague, like, Cabaneri sort of vibes to it, where they're, like, riding a train, and there's, like, convoys that show up with, like, spears sticking out of their armor and stuff. So, like, yeah, the world's in a pretty bad state. Like, little pockets of society still exist, but they're really remote from each other.
And fucked up.
And yeah.
I think so the whole journey revolves around this group of 4 girls and their dog getting on this train to go get one of their friends back. Which
A friend that they thought was dead.
Yep. I will say I loved they finally find proof of her alive and where she is, and as they're going to get her, they tell her grandmother, who's her only living relative, who's now a guinea pig, about it.
And it answers the question, can guinea pigs cry?
Is the answer yes?
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Oh, by the way, when we mean turn into animals, so we have a guinea pig, a bear, a triceratops.
Yeah, it's not limited to animals from the current era.
I feel like some people win or lose very hard in the cursed lottery.
Oh, for sure.
What are you? I came a T-Rex. Well, it's kind of sucks though, because my wife is a alpaca.
Yeah, and they did even mention something about like one of the husbands like ran off because they were like not compatible with their wife anymore.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, and occasionally they start to go feral. There's kind of a theory that over time they might lose their humanity entirely.
Understandable.
Hey, just the bare necessities.
Yep. Anyway, I think you get a pretty good feel for the show in the first episode from what I could tell.
I would say episode 2 at the very least, because episode 1 kind of introduces you to the episode 2 onward kind of gets you into the journey and what that is going to entail.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of what is this show I was feeling as I was watching it. All right. Next up we have Unnamed Memory.
Such a weird title on this one.
Yeah. Like, I keep forgetting which show this is because the title is so not evocative of what the show is.
ティナーシャ、結婚でもするか。
It's so opposite of our like 6-sentence long light novel titles.
曽祖父は引き下がったかもしれないが、俺は俺だから特に関係ないというか。
何言っちゃってるんですか。どっちもダメ、一律ダメ。
やっぱり危ないですよ。魔女に呪いを増やされたらどうするんですか。
魔女の弟子だと聞いたけれど。
ただの殿下のお気に入りってわけじゃないのは確かだ。
今の無名所で。
もしかしてドラゴンですか。あなた本当に変わってます。
大丈夫だ。なんとかしてやる。
ダメですよ。魔女は怖いものなんです。
お久しぶりです。青き月の魔女殿。
70年ぶりだな。良い眠りだったか。
いい加減俺を頼れ。どうしてほしい。
前衛をお願いします。
わかった。
悪いが今度は死んでもらう。終わりだ。
Okay, over to the Belfry reaction.
I'm still processing that one.
Yeah, it's not, especially without the subtitles.
Okay, so
There's only so much fantasy I can deal with. And we have long since crossed that threshold. This season has too much fantasy in it.
I'm a big fantasy fan, so I'm definitely eating well.
Yeah. Pure fantasy too. This is not an isekai.
Yeah. So there's some mild spoilers involved with this synopsis I'm going to give, but especially because we didn't have any subtitles, I will give like the basic of what's going on in the show. So the prince sets out to cure the infertility curse that's been placed on his bloodline by a witch. And the only way he's found to maybe do this is to conquer the tower of a different witch in order to have her grant his wish. He does so on his own, which is something that, like, only happens maybe once every 70 years and usually takes an army of people. And when he asks her to cure it, she's like, yeah, that's not really something I can do, but maybe I can find you somebody who can, like, the real nature of your curse is that
Baby strong.
Your baby's mana will be too intense for anyone's body to handle, like, carrying it. But let me see if I can find somebody with my scrying powers that'll work. And guy's like, well, you know, you're a witch. You can probably handle the mana, right? And she's like, yeah, technically, I suppose. And he's like, okay, marry me. And she's like, no. How about I find you somebody else? And he's like, no, yeah, I definitely want you. That's my wish now. You're, I want you to be my wife. And she's like, no, I can't grant that. And he's very persistent about it. And eventually she agrees to at least come, like, be his protector for a year and live with him in the castle.
And try to undo the curse. Like, overall, like, let's take a crack at this.
Yeah, which actually wasn't what she agreed to, but seems to have been retconned later into her purpose. Anyway, it also turns out, like, her powers are reliant on her being a virgin. Yeah, so that's why she's super not into this plan, because her particular type of powers, like, once she has sex with somebody, it will, like, merge their souls together, and it'll become, like, super hard for her to do any of her magic.
They also kind of hand wave that away, like, yeah, it'd be harder, but she's so strong it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah. So it's questionable how much it really matters at best. And that's the basic plot of the show at that point. Like, now they live together and he's trying to still convince her, and she's, like, still looking for other ways.
Yeah, it's a pretty good summary. It's overall, this one honestly surprised me. Like, I was expecting more lukewarm meh, and it's surprisingly fun and kind of wholesome even.
It's all right. Like, it's not amazing, but it's maybe a little bit above par.
Yeah. I would definitely say this is a 2-episode series, just because episode 1 is introducing everybody. Episode 2 is kind of getting into the cycle the anime is going to kind of follow.
Yeah, episode 1 is almost entirely him climbing the tower, and his assistant being a total pussy.
That's persistent.
Yeah. Alright, next up. We have another Kondansha show, Vampire Dormitory.
All right.
知ってる？愛されている女の子の血は甘いイチゴの味がしてそれはたまらないんだって。
Maybe if I...
そう吸血鬼にとっては
Nope, that does not help.
なんか悪いものでも食べたの？ドロドロで苦くて死人みたいに冷たかった。
彼が誰からも愛されてないからでしょうね。
誰にも必要とされていない。
そんなに必要とされたいなら俺が必要としてやろうか。ついに行動を起こしたか。ずっとお前みたいな美しい男を探してた。訳あって俺女の血は吸えないんだ。
美味しくなるんだ。
俺がお前を愛してお前が愛を知ればいい。
愛してくれる。
運命の女か。
何か隠してるでしょ。
お前ルカが吸血鬼って分かってんのか。
俺の餌に近づきやがって。
ルカだけが俺に手を差し伸べてくれたんだ。
俺がお前を守ってやる。
くそ、何なんだこの気持ち。
俺あなたの餌になる。なりたい。
Okay, so I'll start this one since this is one of the ones I'm not watching anymore.
Also, quick note: if you haven't watched this and don't want spoilers, it's basically impossible to talk about this show without some spoilers.
Yeah,
Actually impossible.
So this comes off as a kind of, what do you call it, B shonen right off the bat, and it seems like
yeah, it definitely has like very strong boys love Bishonen vibes.
and then kind of gets into it's a vampire twist with a B shonen twist. It feels like anime Twilight right off the bat is the vibe I got for it. Which I'm going to pass it over to you two because I get the feeling you're both wanting to talk more about this than I am.
Sure. So, the twist in this is that we find out at the end of the first episode that the main character of the show, who is very barely masculine presenting, is actually, in fact, female.
I actually got confused by that because the whole time watching, it's like, oh, why is all the guys mad about this like pretty girl? It's like, oh, it's a guy. Oh, that's okay. That's a very pretty male.
Yeah, but to be fair, all the males in it are very pretty males.
Yeah, but
just like, yeah, go ahead.
What I was going to say is they're all distinctly male. The main character gave off a heavy feminine feel.
I mean, it was one of those of, you can see this coming a mile away.
Yeah, the voice actor was even very clearly female. Although it's not uncommon for very femi males to be played by females. Which is, that actually threw me off. Like, I got like double blinded on that. But so they're arguably trans mask because they're just like, from the get-go, completely male.
Fencing.
Yeah, but like, then they end up in this situation where the vampire only wants them because they think that they're male and can only drink male blood, and now they're forced to maintain the facade of being male that they were already completely willingly and like as part of their daily life maintaining.
Is that explained ever?
No, not yet.
Yeah, not as far as I've seen.
Episode 3 does not touch anything on it.
Yeah, I have
And
a
that
feeling
has
it'll
a
be
bathhouse
pretty much
scene.
swept under the rug.
It'll be resolved in like episode
Maybe
11
episode
going into
10-ish.
12.
Yeah.
Like, it's
if
the
it comes up
plotline's
again
just
at all.
so
odd.
It's just so been done.
Yeah.
Like, this is a very easy show to like, you can watch it just because it's your cup of tea, but you can very quickly see where this is going.
Yeah, if B shonen boys love vampire genre is your thing, this will be for you.
You'll love this.
And it looked like what is going to be the love rival is a vampire hunter.
Okay, his story is kind of funny.
Ugh.
But that's like...
Let's not spoiler too much more on it. But, so what would you guys say? One episode onto this one, or do you need to get to the second?
I think you need to get to the second, because
yeah. You get the bulk of the cast in two.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't even really get to the actual like show setup until episode 2. That said, yeah, if those aesthetics and everything are not your thing, you're gonna bounce off of this really hard because you're not gonna find a lot of substance there beyond that.
This is fan service the other way.
Yeah.
Yay. Alright, let's try to...
Alright, next up is Girl Hit. Continuing with our recent tradition of bird-headed men.
Why is that becoming such a constant thing?
他の奴らが必ず一つは持ってるものが
I don't know.
俺にはない。俺らが喧嘩するとこ全部流れてたんだよ。殴られて金になるならどうせ殴られるんだったらやってみるしかない。俺らのコンテンツは不良に噛みつくコンテンツ。
それではこれから教える一つ目の技。
これが俺の戦いの始まりだった。
And this is the second one that's a YouTuber.
今までされてきたことは俺のチャンネルに上げていきます。主演俳優は演技にだけ集中しろ。
私はかっこいいと思いますけど。
言っただろ、必ず復讐するって。
まったくこれだから素人は。
ねえ、100円ある。ちょっと静かにしてくれ。
殴られても痛くない方法。
志村君。
本当に面白いのはいじめられっ子が立ち上がることだろ。
お前の YouTube 俺にくれよ。
このクソ野郎。
Is this just Fight Club, but at school?
Okay, so what
I
this...
did not watch any of this one.
Oh, I'm loving this fucking show. First off, I want to say, this has the best opening song in this season for me.
Ooh.
It's also a rap song, which is generally not my genre, but it's got a lot of hype behind it. So what the general premise of this one is I think you might be able to feel this a little bit more since we all do the streaming bit. The main character is kind of a nobody scrub at school who accidentally gets a single viral video when a buddy of his convinces him to use his YouTube account to do a stream, and they end up getting into a fight on it. And it gets a good amount of views. So they come up with a plan to host other fights and to turn his entire channel into him fighting people. So he can start making money off of it. Now, the one thing I like to do, because there have been a bunch of shows that always try to do this, is so for the second video he's ever uploaded to, I'm just going to say YouTube because it's going to bug me if I'm not.
Yeah.
What do you think his view count was? Second video, 2-video channel.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, I'm gonna assume this is the one that went viral and thus hit the millions of views.
The first one technically was the viral one, but his second video only manages to hit 100,000 views. Only 100,000. I could dream for those numbers.
That's only.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose if your first one had in the millions, yeah, that's a serious drop off, but
I don't think his first one hit millions, but it was like he hit several thousand, and then it was like second one hit 100,000. He was just like, oh yeah, we got something going here. And it's interesting because they don't ignore the YouTube streaming side of it. They actually do go into details about how that works, what you need to do for content. Like, hey, if we get too violent, we get demonetized, and we can't have that. Because he is trying to make money to help his sick mother, who's hospitalized currently. And the fights they get into aren't just, oh, I'm going to like do it. It's him kind of going against the bullies he's fought, or they've always kind of kept him down, kept him beaten, and get back against them. This technically also falls into the what the hell is that genre called? Because I'm gonna need this later. The high school battle anime. Not so much of like superpowers and like mega strength, but just standard high school brawls.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, it's the fact that it's a bit of a YouTube, the fact that it's well put together, and the fact that it is the bullied kid finally standing up for himself. I really did enjoy all of that. It was like he was whiny, but it's one of those, you know, beaten down in high school, beaten down throughout all. It's like, and then finally seeing him do that uppercut on the bully is like, yes. Taking me back to my own high school days where I finally realized, wait, why are you bullying me? I'm bigger than you.
Yeah, like not morally correct, but very satisfying.
Hey, I only got punished if I lost the fight. I'm actively not joking. It basically was, if you have to fight, win, or we will punish you.
Wow.
Hey, it honestly worked for the situation I was in. Don't take that advice. This is not life advice. I was in a very particular situation with a very particular set of circumstances, and it worked.
Okay, I will share a quick anecdote. My kind of experiences growing up. I once was stepping onto the school bus, and if you're familiar with how those work, there's kind of like a set of stairs that lead up towards where the bus driver's seat is. The bus driver was out in front of the bus talking to another bus driver, and as I was getting on the bus and walking up that staircase, I was punched square in the face and flew backwards all the way out the front door of the bus, landed on the ground, and the bus driver just kind of walked around the corner of the bus and dropped a bus ticket on me.
What?
Yeah, so I got in trouble for fighting, for being sucker punched out of a bus. I didn't even see who did it.
See, this is the kind of content we need to make. You know what? For those kind of videos, you know, why don't we have the next stream me Belfie fight, right?
Oh God.
Oh, come on. You talk like you never got into a fight and broken a bone.
I haven't.
Oh, see, this will be a new experience for you then.
No. I can't say that I've broken a bone. Fortunately, I seem to have gotten away without doing that as far as I know.
Digits and I'm pretty sure my nose at one point.
Yeah, the TLDR and the Belfie life. I lived a very sheltered life.
Oh yeah, no, like I come home with a black eye and I got like, no, we're gonna teach you how to fucking fight now. You don't let them up next time until you hear a solid crack.
I'm happy for you, Belfie. That is a good way to live your life, honestly.
Because my dad grew up that way, and he's like, no, that's not happening for you.
I can't breathe out of my nose anymore.
Oh. Okay, well, I think we should probably move on.
Yeah, this is I'll say 2 because it needs to pick up a little bit on this one, but yeah, going forward here.
All right, next up we have the unfortunately named Windbreaker.
But I've heard the opening for this one, and it's like actually really good.
Evil in their heart. Those punks are gonna get purged by Wolverine without exception.
You better never go forgetting my name and face. I want weaklings like you to avoid me, and the strong to seek me out. Who am I? Haruka Sakura, over at Furin High.
Definitely looks very much up Agent Sally.
Mm-hmm.
What gave that away?
And I especially hate the weak who mistakenly.
I know, it's like a complete, like, actual good segue from the past conversation.
High is absolutely nothing like your average high school. They're the ones who stand up to defend their hometown. Sakura, wait! You can't fight this dude! He's the most dangerous guy in school!
Dangerous, huh? I like the sound of that.
I'm gonna
Is this guy like
That's more
8
like
feet
it.
tall?
I think the main character is supposed to be extra short.
I can't let you show me up, so I'll give it my all.
When we fight to protect. There's no need for us to throw the first punch.
You can forget about that whole top of the school deal.
Huh?
As if everyone's always rejecting and pushing me away.
What a freaking nature.
As long as I'm the strongest, I belong at the top. I'm not some wimp who needs a sidekick, and I'll prove it.
Protect our town and everything that matters to you. That is the one and only rule here.
So, you delinquents are trying to play hero. I've seen for myself you've got some really strong guys here. So I figure if I could take the top spot, that'd be pretty satisfying.
Okay, have either of you watched this yet?
Mm-mm.
Nope.
Would you like to comment on the trailer besides what we already have?
Like,
I can't get past the name Windbreaker. To be honest.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of. They set a really tough hurdle for themselves there.
That's a translation
Maybe in
thing.
Japanese it sounds way cooler.
Well, I think it weirdly enough, I think it has to do with their coats because I don't know if you've ever heard
windbreakers, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, although that is a single word.
it's a translation error problem. I don't.
Yeah.
Who can say that? But on the other hand, I am watching this. This is another. Weirdly enough, this isn't so much like the bullied kid coming into a school and fighting his way up. Oddly enough, with the way that trailer portrays it, it's very much of a kid who thought he was going to do that, coming to a school full of delinquents, and they're all just kind of like, "Oh shit, man, you're tough as balls, cool." And him kind of dealing with the, "Wait, aren't you all going to like make fun of it?" It's like, "Yeah, dude, you're cool." What?
I can't stand for this.
Well, it's like the townspeople. It's like, well, what do we do? It's like, well, there's like delinquents and gangs all over. Like, you're a part of our school? Okay, we're all tough as fuck. If anybody comes into our neighborhood and starts fucking with the town folk, beat the shit out of them. And it's like, wait, we can do that? Oh yeah, no, the town people love it when we like beat the shit out of the people harassing them. So they're like he's like a kid who's walking through town and it's like, the old people like
collect protection money.
Well, it's very much a friendly neighborhood watch kind of thing. It's like the old people are like, "Hey, yeah, no, oh, hey, they put a bunch of graffiti up. Could you help paint that?" It's like, "Oh yeah, no, everyone grab a bucket of paint. Let's do this." And then the main character's like, "Why is everyone being nice?"
This is bullshit.
It's like he's kind of he doesn't understand it, but he's like, "Oh, it's I like it when people are nice to me." And you know, the person who has like makes the bakery like throws out an extra piece of bread to me because, yeah, no, thanks for taking care of those ruffians.
An extra piece of bread, like, it doesn't sound like much of a reward by Western standards, but I know that that's like really the equivalent of like a whole like pastry.
Yeah, Japanese bread is amazing. It's like freshly baked too.
Oh yeah.
I would say yeah, once again, Windbreakers. Episode 1 gives you the good feel for it. You get a lot more into it episode 2 and further, but episode 1 is a great feel start on this one. This is one have been very much I if it wasn't obvious from the previous thing, I had my high school freshman year was interesting. And I kind of vibe with that quite a bit more than I feel like I should. But that's definitely how it goes. But okay. Final 3. Let's go.
All right. Next up we have Yatagarasu. The raven does not choose its master.
待っていたぞ。
Very familiar name if anyone plays Yu-Gi-Oh from the old days.
若宮殿下はただの金羽ではない。誠の金羽と言われているのだ。誠の金羽は暗闇を暴く力を持ち、いかなる夜にも転身を可能にする。
要は私の役に立つかどうか。
So you won't be familiar with Godlock.
No, I think that was a little bit after my
皆
time.
様は正式に若宮殿下の妃候補となられました。選ばれますのはお一方のみ。
早くお会いしたいわ。
要するに貴族の権力闘争ってやつでしょ。
ユキヤ、お前がなってくれないか。私の近習に。
は？
志の低い者が来るところではありませんわ。
相手にされていないのですよ。
なかなかやるじゃないか。
私にはここにいる資格なんてないんです。
あまり舐めてくれるなよ。
目的は一つ。私の命か。
めっそうもない。
バカかあんた。
ユキヤ、お前がいれば100人力だ。お前は絶対に私を裏切らない。
Okay, have either of you watched this one?
No.
Not I, no.
Would you like to take a wild guess and speculation on the trailer?
Speculation on what?
I couldn't really gather anything from that.
Okay.
I get that it's like a vaguely historical Japan setting.
So this is a pseudo Game of Thrones style fantasy story about like court intrigue and hares and a bunch of that stuff. This is very much a like medieval fantasy political drama where everybody's a magical crow.
Karasu Tengu.
Yasurasu, the three-legged crow.
Okay.
There's another name, but yeah.
I hope so, because three-legged crow has some implications.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's a Japanese thing. It's a mythical creature.
Yeah.
Okay. The one thing I found really interesting, the two main leads, the Prince of Crows and like his aide, like You'll Never Betray Me was in the trailer and all that. They're not in the first episode.
Another one of those shows, huh?
Yeah, they're introduced episode 2, and you get to know them more in episode 3. Episode 1 kind of revolves around the like 4 noble house's daughters that have come to marry like the emperor's son, and they're a big part of episode 1, and I saw nothing of them in episode 2, and they like made cameos in episode 3, and I'm kind of like, I don't know if they're gonna come back. I'm not selling this very well, but this has been a very intriguing story.
Listen, people, would it kill you to introduce the principal characters in episode 1 of your shows?
Yeah, kind of. It's like at least know the main characters.
Episode 5.
Oh, I've watched a show like that before.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's very weird. This is going to be another 3-episode one, just because this is a slow burn. I can feel that right from the get-go. This is going to be it's based on a novel. It's, like, I think an actual novel, not like a light novel, too. And this is a very... I mean, if you want more Game of Thrones political drama, if you like a fantasy world where everybody's a mythical raven, not a bad show.
Okay, as much of a fan of Game of Thrones as I was, I still came away from this feeling less enthused about this show than when I went in. A show that I have not yet watched.
I'm not going to be selling this well, and it's... I can generally feel when a show is going to feel bleh later on. I've gotten a good feel for that at this point. I don't feel that from this at all. I'm actually intrigued to see where this goes. Maybe it'll let me down. The end of the season we'll have to tell, but I'm kind of curious about this one.
All right. Well,
Penultimate trailer.
yes. So these last two are the high dive offerings for this season.
A lot more wholesome than the last couple we've gotten.
Yeah, it felt like we got several seasons worth of lewd all in one season last season.
And all the angst before that.
Yeah. So first up, we have "Whisper Me a Love Song."
Like, I need to watch this.
Yeah.
It's just been me being lazy and not sitting down to watch the first episode.
It also feels like if you're the musical inclined kind of person, it feels like this might be up your alley as well.
Oh yeah, no, this one has me sold on like 4 different ways.
Yeah. I will grant you that sometimes watching stuff on High Dive feels like a little bit of a chore because I know the platform doesn't always do the best job of tracking what episode you're on when you move between devices and stuff like that.
Oh, their last update wasn't happy for me either.
But yeah, it's definitely worth the effort. I recommend. I feel like this one is at least a 2 episode. You'll definitely get a sense of where it's going in episode 1, but it does the thing where it keeps doing like Uno reverse cards on you over and over again.
Oh my god.
To the point where you're like, okay, they've done it so many times now that I have no idea where it's going to land or how many more times they're going to do it.
Surely they're done with this, right?
When do I get my turn?
So yeah, episode 2 or even 3 before you really start to understand exactly what's going on. But if you don't like it, you're not probably going to like it.
That's fair.
Okay, so this is a 1 episode. Okay, then. And I think we're on to our last one.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, our last offering for the evening is Jellyfish Can't Swim in the Night.
This one might be even more up Belfie's.
This one's super on the list.
I assume from that none of it has actually been watched yet.
Not yet. Not those 2 from High Dive.
Yeah, definitely don't sleep on these.
詩を書くのは好きなんだ。かっこいい。この歌に救われたって泣かせてやりたいの。私は何があっても自分を貫くって決めたんだ。このままだと何者にもなれずに大人になっちゃってさ。クラゲの落書き？お仕事をしに来ました。そこであの絵一目惚れ。クラゲ？それは自分のためでももう一人の私。夜のクラゲの前で歌いたいな。一緒にやってみない？一緒にやりたい。かなちゃんのそばにいたら輝けるかな？もちろん。ちゃんと見てろよ。やれー！
All right, so up front. Oh. Actually, I think there's a little bit more to this preview.
All right.
それじゃ、グッバイ世界。
All right.
All right. So, putting aside for a second that there's literally a VTuber in this show, quick content warning that there is some occasional light fan service of girls who are definitely in middle school.
Is it middle school? I thought they were high school.
It is, I'm pretty confident middle school, yes. In fact, I think they made a big deal about her being a freshman in middle school.
Oh, dang.
Oh, Japan.
Yeah. That said, it has those kind of coming of age vibes and a
Mhm.
little bit of that like kind of coming of age sapphic romance thing going on again.
Mhm.
It's pretty cute how they do it. There's nothing like too overt there from what I can remember. But yeah, aside from that, I'll pass it over for hot takes off of the trailer. Any takers?
Belfie?
Not really a hot take. It just
I was
I'm
using
just
the term extremely loosely.
I was like, I'm just bad at like developing opinions super early.
That's totally fair.
Yeah, this is a kind of a rough stream impression, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
'Cause it aside from just like general interest, I don't really have much beyond that right now.
That we've
So
got
it's fair
through
to say you're hyped for it.
that we've also
I-
got through 40 other shows at this point, so you're probably a
That
little
brain's kind of stopped
Yeah.
braining.
Yep. I actually did catch the first episode of this myself. I after I caught both these, I was going to kick them over to you, Belty, but it's like I didn't want to add more to your plate just because I wasn't sure
That's fine.
how much more you could handle on that end.
I mean, I've definitely been watching these, so it's not a big deal. I've got these covered.
Okay. But it's I like the fact that it's going over artists and especially those young days of how much criticism can just break you down
Mhm.
and kind of overcoming it. Yeah, sometimes you just kind of got to take the absolute wrecking ball to your confidence in stride. God knows my early content is shit.
I'd say sometimes it takes a bit to find that groove.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's also got a lot to do with like bullying and like fitting in socially. There's a real art house kind of vibe to this show. There's it also has the aspect of being like that girl band kind of genre again, but done like extremely well.
Yeah.
Not kind of half-heartedly like the other show we saw earlier.
Yep.
Um,
Hey, when you're getting bullied, just start breaking skulls and stop caring.
I don't feel like that had much to do with what I just said. But
I know. I'm at the end of my straw too. This has been a very
feel like that
taxing
was,
season.
more related to two of the other shows that we just watched reviews for.
Yeah.
Um,
Like I said, that's my default response to people fucking with me.
Yeah. So, this show definitely there's just really strong chemistry between the characters. It's a very character driven show. So you know that definitely works in its favor. And it's very interesting to see the little group come together of people with unique and diverse talents work together towards a single goal of like this project that has like a single face for all of them.
Yep. Collabs.
Yeah. But it very well done, feels very real. The budget is absolutely bonkers on this.
Yeah,
Every
weirdly
scene is
enough.
gorgeous. Like the backgrounds are crazy good. And there's so many very dynamic camera shots going on in this. I mean, you don't see this level of animation quality in anime outside of like animated movies typically. So very much worth your time on that level as well. I I would consider this a must-watch personally. As far as like shows this season go, like I definitely feel like this is one that could hook people from outside of its genre and could potentially have like kind of a lasting following.
I can definitely see that. Like I said, this is right up the alley of stuff that I don't like, and even I was enjoying the first episode on this one. So if you think it's a must watch, we can throw it up there.
Yeah, I think especially with how sparse that's been for this season.
To be fair, must watch has generally been our hardest category, just because we are a bit more strict on that as we've gotten further into it.
Yep. It does tend to have implications of these being very strong candidates for receiving that like coveted S tier in the final rankings.
Yeah. But with that, I think we have the entire 2024 spring season roundup. If anyone,
almost 5 hours into the stream.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to do the review as a 2-part special.
Yeah, this is especially because by then we're probably gonna have a lot more to say about some of these shows.
Oh yeah, because it's like there's I know I kicked us down kicked it to the side for a couple of these just because we had so much going already, but we are probably going to have a lot more to say. We're probably going to we actually have a list now of everything we can. If anything else pops up, screw you.
There. So about that,
What?
The Loser Ranger is also airing this season.
What?
I've not even heard of it.
What? It's called Go-Go Loser Ranger. And it's how one of the like mob minions for the evil villain team is trying to become a ranger.
Oh my! No, I've heard about what. That's this season. What the fuck?
That's this season. We're on episode 3 right now.
Where is it?
Yar.
Oh, I see.
God fucking
The only way I found it.
Hang on. I'm gonna pull up a trailer because now we've got an addition.
I'm sorry.
Belfie, if you can post it in the Discord for me, the agency Discord, which should be open to followers here soon. I'm finally getting that finalized.
All right.
Trying to find a decent
Here we go.
image of it.
Official trailer, Go-Go Loser Ranger, which says it's 2023.
What?
They speak lies.
With a fake Netflix intro for Gremory, whatever
What?
that is.
Okay, yeah, this is about the Sentai squad that defeated the hero and then defeated the villains and then took control of
In
it.
the first year. It's interesting. I've only watched the first 2 episodes so far.
Yep.
Ah, Tiger and Bunny. Okay. Yeah, that tracks with the animation style. And the concept, really. Okay, well.
At least it was a short trailer.
Well,
overall,
since you've actually seen some of it, yeah, if you want to speak on it a little.
It's a very fun take on like Sentai for like role reversal. They, as far as like exploring their world, they very quickly and concisely wrapped it up in episode 1. So there's not a whole lot of questions.
All right, so
really, as far as that's concerned.
Episode 1 is the
Yeah, you'll know your feel in episode 1 or not.
Okay, but with yeah, that last surprise entry, which we'll look into in a little bit. Next time or updates, follow the channel, follow us Twitter, all that good stuff. But Yuki, all right, let's see here. It's oh, it's late over here. Do you have anyone on you would like to raid, or are you about like I am and there's nobody on anymore?
I don't know. I've got a couple people here and there that like stream on really bizarre schedules. So let me see if there's anybody.
Because then we will kick this over there and call this our longest season.
By far, yeah.
Oh my god.
No, the only one on my list that's streaming right now is you.
Okay, so we'll just end this here. Because I don't like kicking over just chatting over to other just chatting, because you never know what you'll run into on that one.
Totally fair.
But
all right.
This is going to be Agent.
Yes, thank you both so much for having the chat with me, and welcome on board, Belfie. It was great to have
Thank you.
Yep, we'll see if you can end up stomaching the rest of this with us later on if you continue on. Though we will have to bring you back in for the end of season.
Yes.
At the very least. But
all right. Well, looking forward to it. And
this is going to be.
Go ahead.
I was going to say this is going to be Agent Q signing off, and your outros.
Bye bye, everybody. Matane.
I never have an outro.